All right, folks, good evening and welcome to City Council meeting. Tonight is Wednesday, October 14th, 2020. All members of the council are here. I saw the mayor jump in a second ago. There he is, so he is with us as well. Let me pull him over to be a panelist and we will go ahead and start our meeting this evening. First things first, we need to read this notice of declaration about the determination regarding virtual meetings. So due to the increased threat of serious illness and loss of life by the rapid spread of the COVID-19 virus, the chair of West Jordan City Council has determined that conducting this city council meeting at City Hall or at another anchor location is likely to contribute to the spread of COVID-19 and would present a substantial risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the city's residents, participants, and observers. Therefore, pursuant to Utah Code 52-4-2074, the West Jordan City Council hereby declares that the meetings of this public body will be held only electronically until further notice. This determination will expire in 30 days from the date the chair of the West Jordan City Council signs the written determination. And that happened on October 8th. So there you go. All right, we'll start off with our work session this evening. And first item we have is a discussion about the timeline between when items go from the planning, when items leave the Planning Commission's desk and when they come to the City Council. Mr. Anderson, would you like to start off with a little more background on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In reviewing the code, there is a section of code that specifies timelines in Title 13.7C-4, 13.7C-5, and then 13.7D-4 and 5. And in the council rules that you adopted back in May, there is a 2-week kind of an advance notice to receive information in the packet so that you have time to digest the information. The current city code in these sections requires a 20-day delay between a planning commission action or recommendation and a city council action. That's a 20 calendar day, so that includes the weekends. And what you adopted in the council policies and procedures is that you desire a complete packet 2 weeks in advance of the council meeting. And in looking at this, what it seems to be doing is the 20-day delay from the Planning Commission recommendation. It kind of puts the starting line, the start line at the Planning Commission item. And that's what starts the 20 days before the council action. And as you've seen previously, sometimes we haven't had the complete packet in time to do that. So by doing this proposed text amendment and adding, we eliminate this timeline between the Planning Commission action and the City Council action. We just add 10 business days from the time that the council receives a full packet. So the starting point or the starting block is not a Planning Commission recommendation. It is a complete packet is sent to the council office. And I think this will make it cleaner for the city council. I think it'll be cleaner for staff. So this is a proposal to you. And what I do want to point out is how I see this maybe being helpful for those that are watching this process in what is a complete packet. So in your packet that's available on the website, there is the request for council action form that's been filled out for a work session. There's a proposed ordinance number 20-40, and that is proposed. So you have that complete information in front of you. You also have as exhibit number 1, what's called a red line. And so that is the existing code. And then you'll see there on line 34 and 35. I don't know, Council Chair, do you mind if I share my screen?
Or are you looking at the same thing that's in the packet?
Oh yeah, yeah, thank you. So this exhibit 1 is the red line. So what is in the black color font is what's already in our code. And then down in the red, what is struck through is what's proposed to be deleted, and what is underlined is proposed to be added to the code. And then Exhibit 2 is the clean version, or if those changes are adopted. And there's 4 sections, so there's 4 different sections. So here's Exhibit 2, the clean, and this is what the new code would read like. And the process that we would use, since this is Title 13, which is a land use, it needs to go to the Planning Commission, which currently is scheduled for October 20th as a public hearing. And the council could take action after that time, but the packet is complete right now, all the way through. The reason this is on a workshop is to get your input if there's any amendments or changes or items that you would like to change on this proposed ordinance. And that's what I have right now, Council Chair. If council has any input they would like to provide me, that would be helpful.
So one of the reasons for proposing this is so that we can help speed things along. There's some things that go to the Planning Commission that don't necessarily need a 20-day waiting period before it comes to the City Council. And we want to make sure that we're not just delaying things because that's what code says. We've also noticed that in the past, we haven't necessarily followed this, and it's, I think, mostly because of an oversight. But if this is what the code says, but it's not what we want to do, we should probably fix the code. So a couple things that I would suggest with a full packet shall be provided to the council up to 10, a full packet shall be provided to the City Council 10 business days prior to the council meeting. I would add no fewer than 10 business days. I don't want anybody to be able to make an argument saying, well, that came 12 days early, therefore it's not valid. So it's the minimum of the 10 that I'd like to see. Or we could also match the language down further below that says at least 10 business days. The other thing is I noticed it added for public noticing purposes. I would rather that we drop for public noticing purposes. There are a number of purposes for changing this. And if something changes with public noticing and maybe the state legislature changes their mind about what's required, I would rather not people be able to pin it and say, no, you're only doing that because of this and that changed, therefore this is no longer valid. So our purpose doesn't have to be part of the legislation. I would rather just drop that line. So that's just me. Councilmember Green, you look like you had some thoughts to share as well.
Honestly, in the first one, in 13.7C-4, it's a note. I'd say strike the whole dang note. And in fact, I'd probably even say we ought to amend it and just strike all the notes because notes are stupid in ordinance. The second one, I would agree with you on for public noticing purposes, but I don't know why we just don't strike out 3. The whole line 64 and 65 and just strike them. And the same with the last one. Or let me look. I think there's another one that's a note, and there's another one that talks about complete packet in number 2. Honestly, I just as soon strike it. As long as and we just follow the council policies and procedures, if we need to put something in ordinance, I don't know. I just, that's my thought. I'm not even sure we need the 20-day period. If we want the flexibility, then we can do the flexibility. Everything that comes out of the Planning Commission is going to have a public hearing. So we know that we have to have that out in enough time to do a public hearing to put it on the agenda. So if it's submitted 10 business days in advance, we're right at the public hearing notice. If there's I just say all this stuff on the day, the time frames and all of these, I just say strike it all. And let's rely on the council rules to govern the way we process agenda items.
I don't see any other hands raised yet, so I'll just jump in and respond. Yeah, I like the idea of just pulling that. I mean, if we have redundancy between our council policies and procedures, I don't think we necessarily need to codify this. You can have potential conflict between the two. And as you mentioned, even here saying at least 10 days, if it shows up on day 10, then are we obligated to have the public hearing where we're noticing for a public hearing that we haven't had a chance to review the packet for, and we're just trusting that everything we've requested is there, and we could find ourselves in the position like we did last week or last meeting. But I'd love to hear if anyone else on the council has any other thoughts.
Hey, Chris, I think you make a really good point, is that
my valid point reaffirming yours?
No, the valid point was
those are always very valid points.
Rules versus the ordinance. If it's not in, if we have two conflicting things, and so I like the idea of, and that's why I'm a proponent of just deleting all of this, is that then we don't have any conflicting procedures. We don't have the ordinance, and then if we change the rules, then do we have to change the ordinance? If we change the ordinance, do we have to change the rules? The only thing we have to change right now is the rules, and we can waive the rules pretty quickly if there is something that if we need to get it on the agenda and we don't meet the 2 weeks, we can make that decision and we can put it on the agenda with the flexibility as opposed to having something in code. So that
Councilmember White.
Flexibility and simplicity.
Councilmember Whitelock, and then I'm going to throw Mr. Wall out there to see if he's got any other thoughts.
That's actually what Councilmember Whitelock wanted to do, is I wanted to hear from Mr. Wall and say, I'm not opposed to getting rid of it as long as we don't see any issues, because I agree. It's better to give us flexibility where we can and not have to worry about it matching everything everywhere.
All right. So question for the city attorney, Mr. Wall, are you okay if we liberally use the delete key?
I think it's fine. Excuse me, the existing code, I would suspect, I wasn't here when it was written, but my suspicion is it was put in there to give direction to the community development staff. As long as they know that they need to follow the council rules and that the processing time is in there, it's fine to take it out. There's no legal reason why you have to have it in there.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're
well,
welcome.
Does that give enough direction to legal to make adjustments for what's going to be provided to the Planning Commission for what they review before they formalize this and send a recommendation to us? Anything else that legal needs, Mr. Wall?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Is there kind of a consensus of the majority of the council to proceed that way? I know, I think I heard 2, maybe 3, but is there
I didn't hear any opposition, which I took to mean, I took it as a negative affirmation, but is there anybody who would offer a differing approach or suggest a different route other than what's been suggested by Councilmember Green?
I am not opposed.
Beautiful.
Okay, we will move forward with that. Thank you, council. That's all I have on work session A.
Okay. If there's nothing else from the council, we will move on to work session B, which is the Jordan Fields Master Development Agreement, as well as the Preliminary Development Plan. Now, where we left off last time, I've got Rocky and Bullwinkle theme song flying through the back of my head. Where we left where we left off last time, we had the public hearing. There were some questions about what's currently allowable in code versus what's being proposed. We suggested that this go back to one of the council subcommittees for review, and I believe they have done so. And would love to hear from Mr. Langford where we're at, and then turn it over to the committee to give us a little bit of an idea of where the conversation has gone and what the actions the council's recommended to take. Mr. Langford.
Thank you. This particular development proposal is in, as the council knows, is in a transit station overlay area. And we haven't used the TSOD in quite a number of years. And generally it's been a tool that we've used on much larger properties. And as I explained to the council subcommittee, the TSOD ordinance was basically born from the city center core zoning district. So that if you were to compare side by side the two different zones, you could see a lot of overlap and a lot of similar language. Well, for the most part, that's worked okay. It's been a little clunky in other applications. But specifically for this Jordan Fields development on a odd-shaped parcel that's less than 7 acres, it's proven to be problematic. There's a lot of grinding of the gears as we've tried to apply this TSOD ordinance to such a unique piece of property, a small property. And so I think the best approach, which the council, I don't want to speak for the council subcommittee, but from what I've heard, I would agree that the best approach is to give the council a little bit more flexibility for these smaller infill pieces. And that necessitates a code amendment. And so that's what we've currently worked on. I believe that's included in your agenda packet, some draft language to amend the TOD. And that's kind of where we sit right now. You'll notice that later on in your agenda, there's a business item, simply due to the fact that I guess the council did motion to have it placed on this agenda for discussion. But at this point, it needs some ordinance changes before we really feel comfortable moving forward. But that's kind of where we sit right now. And I'm sure Councilman Jacob, who's the chair of the council subcommittee over land use, can probably fill in the gaps. But we're excited that we have the opportunity to explain where we are, but also give the council the opportunity to look at the plan as it currently sits. And if there are any other elements that need to be adjusted between now and when the council could potentially take action, it'd be great for you to articulate those changes to the developer so they can incorporate that into their design.
I'm going to keep my video off since my bandwidth seems to be low tonight. For right now, anyway. Yeah, I think Scott summarized it well. I don't know that there's anything else that we really need to the subcommittee felt needed to be addressed, other than, you know, it was more a tweaking of the code than it was a tweaking of the development agreement for the most part, to make things kind of fall in line. And I think I don't know, Kelvin or Kayleen can jump in here as well and remind me of where we left off if I'm forgetting something, but I think that's a pretty good summary. But I think we should look at the development plan again one more time, just so that, you know, as a group, just so that when we come, you know, when we do get the code tweaked and we get everything falling in line, that we still have the development plan that we want, so to speak. Am I leaving anything out, Kelvin or Kenny?
Councilmember Whitelock.
You're muted.
I don't think you're leaving anything out. I think that was a good summation. The one thing I wanted to bring to the body on this though is, and maybe Scott knows why, but I'm struggling with the amount of open space for the number of people. And I wondered where that percentage came from. I know that they're doing way more than what the ordinance says, but I think that's something our body might want to look at and change when we're looking at ordinance. Because it just doesn't seem like a lot of space for that many people.
Councilman Wylock, I don't have a specific answer for you at this time. I can look into it if, but I think in a more urban environment, which these transit stations are envisioned to be, you have more plazas and other things like that rather than green space, but that's not necessarily right or wrong. It's purely preference. And if the council wants to look at that, we can certainly have that as a discussion point.
But I don't see that in the development plan. I'm not seeing that. So I think it's something I would like the body to have a discussion on it at some point in the near future.
I think this is a good time. I mean, we're talking about tweaking the code and tweaking the ordinance and tweaking this development plan. This is a workshop. Instead of being a workshop where we talk about what we'd like to have happen in a future workshop, let's workshop it.
Great.
So
Sure.
can I jump in? I think Kayleen is going down the right road with something that we need to take a look at, not only on the TSODs, but on other projects. And we saw this. A couple of us were on the planning commission when the Gadsden Village over there on Redwood Road. Scott, I don't know if you were around when we approved that one. The Gadsden, and I voted against it. Sorry, the Gadsden Village PD, plan development, and a couple others. I actually think, and I know where Kayleen's coming from. When you look at that, when you look at the 30,000 foot view of that project, and it says it has 24% open space, my first question is, yeah, right, where? And I'm not faulting the developer for this one. What I'm faulting is the code. The problem is that what we say is you have to have open space, but it's not usable open space. You get a little, for example, in a parking lot, you get one of those little things that juts out that's about the width of a parking stall. Well, it's about the size of a parking stall that we put a tree in, and we call that open space. We call the 150 feet of grass, 150 square feet of grass that's coming in to a driveway like this one's got on both sides, and we call that open space, and we give everybody credit for open space. That's just part of the visual necessity of the complex. That's not open space. And so, and it's not just TOD, it's in the, I know over in Gadsden Village, they were planning on some open space that was 7 or 8 feet wide, if I remember right. And that was behind the fence at Redwood Road or some dang thing. Well, okay, it's open space, but it's not usable. It's not functional. It's not worth a dang, other than the fact that it's and the idea, and I have to tell you, and this goes along with this discussion, is that when we decide that we are trading density, we need to have something that we trade density for. And and I'm gonna, I'm gonna use, there's the last two TOD projects that we've done or worked on is Jordan Fields and the station at Gardner Village. And when the community gets, I don't know, I don't know which word is the appropriate word. When the community gets saddled with a high density apartment complex, or the city gets the opportunity to have a high density apartment complex, depending on which side you're looking at, we ought to be getting something out of it for that high density. There should be something that the citizens get a trade-off for, and that the people who live there get a trade-off for. And neither the ordinance doesn't set up that trade-off very well. And so my thought is, and I agree with Councilmember Whitelock, it doesn't look like there's open space in Jordan Fields, but it's not because of Jordan Fields' fault. And we're not going to be able to fix Jordan Fields, because that one we're not going to be able to fix the ordinance because of the way it's written and the way it was set when they applied. But the fact of the matter is that we need to take a serious look at what we define as usable open space and what the trade-offs are when we decide that we're going to put in a higher density project in what does the city get out of it besides a few a few little protrusions in a parking lot with a tree. That's not the trade-off that I see. The trade-off I see for higher density is a walkable community that meets the urban feel. I can give you a perfect example of a better TOD that's walkable, that's got high density, that's got commercial, and that would be something along the lines of the Ballston area in Arlington, Virginia. I've been through that one. I've seen it on some other articles, and they get some pretty good reviews for that, and it's done pretty well. There are some other areas like that in Virginia and a couple other areas that we really need to take a look. I think we need to step back, and I think we need to just relook at the whole purpose of the TOD. I think we still have a couple of TODs left to be developed. I think the city center is a perfect one that's going to be a TOD. And if that ever comes to fruition, we need to get it right. And so I'd say we need to just relook at the whole TOD ordinance, find the TODs that work. And Scott, I agree with you. It's plazas, it's fountains, it's places where people can congregate, it's little restaurants, it's open stuff, it's all those other kinds of things. It's not just an apartment complex. And unfortunately, the last two TOD developments, the way that we've written this, we get just another apartment complex, and the city doesn't get anything out of it other than the fact that we can check a box with the legislature and say, yeah, we put high density housing in because we met your delusional fantasy that high density is affordable. So I guess if that's what we want to do, then we can continue to do it.
And I agree with Kelvin, but I think we also need to, when we are looking at this, we need to ensure that they are mixed use communities, because the one that he referenced that's over there by Gardner Village, I'm sorry, that really doesn't fit what I think anyone in our city would consider mixed use. A coffee shop and a hotel. Not really, I don't think, what was envisioned. So somehow in our ordinance, we have to make it so that they have to do mixed use, because that's my concern over by Novi. We've got already, I don't know how many, it looks like 2 or 3 buildings so far. Another couple are going up, and then Jordan Fields will go up, and they have a Starbucks. And I don't think that's what mixed use means. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think mixed use means you have little shops for people to shop at. And I know that retail is going online, but I also know that people want places to eat and recreate and do things near their homes, because I hear it all the time from our residents on my side of the city.
Councilmember Pack, you've been very patient. Thank you. Your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with what's been said by council members Green and Whitelock. I just wanted to give some historical background. Serving on the Planning Commission for 6 years, Councilmember Green referenced that. And I don't presume to speak for people historically, but my certain recollection is that every time that we had a development come before us where the open space wanted, the applicant wanted the open space to be calculated with any type of buffer, even if it's a 1-foot strip going down a sidewalk, it's really not usable space to kick a soccer ball, or I guess maybe you could go off a sidewalk if you needed to go around something. But I want to understand that developers are using what they can within our current code to count toward open space. I would agree that there could be an adjustment, since it seems that every development that came before us and we calculated the open space, I don't recollect one planning commissioner ever mentioning that they agreed with the idea of counting those types of open space areas as true open space calculation. And to the other point that Councilmember Whitelock made, I agree that I've attended every year, once or twice, I've attended the American Planners Association meeting, whether in person or online. And there's still, as she aptly mentioned, a desire to have these community gathering centers where it is mixed use, where you have the small shops on the main floor and perhaps apartments above, so that people can work, recreate, shop, live, all in an area where they don't have to commute a far distance, don't even need a car. So although the trend is to go to online retail, people would still want to be able to go places, even in a COVID environment. And so I just wanted to mention that I agree, and it seems that any other service that I've been rendering, serving with other people, that the preponderance of evidence and opinion would concur with that idea. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Langford, I see your hand up there, but I had a couple quick questions to throw out first. I wanted to hit on specifics related to Jordan Fields that that we can address and that we can provide information on, and kind of help push things forward if we could. As it was mentioned, these tweaks to code, where would we see those? Where would we be able to review those, Mr. Langford?
Yeah, thank you. That's actually what I wanted to comment on. If I could direct the council's attention, we don't need to go into this in any detail tonight, and there's probably other sections of code, but just on the fly, if you turn to 13-5C-6, that will put you into our PC.
Was this included with the packet this evening?
No, it's a response to Councilmember Whitelock and Councilmember Green's concerns about open space and what is currently required in our code as far as what counts as open space and what does not.
All right, sorry, continue with that one, and then we'll come back to my other question.
Yeah, we can certainly talk about this at another time, but this is so the Jordan Fields development is zoned PC with a transit station overlay on top of it. So this would be applicable to the current development. But if you look at 13-5C-6, it talks about dedication and maintenance of open space. And There's a lot here to digest, but in short, if you go to two, or I'm sorry, if you go down to B, it talks about computation of area, meaning computation of required open space. And it talks about land proposed to be devoted to vehicular streets or roads, parking, driveways, required setbacks, park strips, commercially paved areas, slopes greater than 30%. Shall not be included in the computations of permanent open space. And then it says all open space is required to be usable open space, to Councilman Green's comments. And then further down on that list, it talks about what that might mean, and things that should and should not be included in usable open space. So I think that's important that the council know that that already is on the books. I don't know how this code specifically applies to Jordan Fields. Mr. Forsyth is the project planner for that, and the developer is also available for questions. But I just wanted to point that out, that is on the books. And if we needed to tweak any portion of the code going forward, that would be probably a good spot to start. And like I said, there's probably other provisions in other sections of the code that we could look at. And then Councilmember Whitelock, you talked about mixed use. Yes, as a professional planner, we love to see mixed uses. Our PC and our transit station overlay and our city center core, it allows for mixed use. And in some cases, it requires a small component of mixed use, but in this particular case, it does not. But that could be something that we could look at as well. Certainly the council has the discretion as you get more developments in our transit areas through the development agreement process to actually require a certain amount of commercial and certain trigger points where that commercial would go in sooner rather than later instead of being kicked down the road. So we do have that tool as we receive new projects. So it's good to know that you and the other members of the council seem to care about that, and that's something that we can look at. So anyway, those were my comments briefly.
So the question that I had, going back to some of the remarks from Councilmember Jacob, he talked about the committee had gone through and found some tweaks that were needed to code. Are those tweaks something that we can look at as a council and say, yes, we like going this route? Or where would we find those portions that are being discussed? Or is this a broader conversation about PC in general versus PC infill?
And PC TSOD, which is a whole separate can of worms.
Yeah, so those places where it was mentioned that code needed to be tweaked, what were those places, and is that something that we can review as a council tonight?
Scott, I think he's talking about the proposed ordinance change.
Sure, and that is in the packet, Council Chair McConaughey. There's, let me see if I've got it.
So I've got the packet up here.
Page 2 of the proposed text amendment. Let's see, what item would that be? It's the proposed change to the TSOD ordinance 13-6G-18. Councilman Green, that was what you were referring to, correct?
Yeah.
All right,
Although I can tell you that I'm looking at the first sentence and it doesn't make sense. Any provision of this chapter may be made by the city council.
Is that intended to be waived
I think that's intended to be waived.
based on specific findings and approval and justification? Any provisions of the city code that are waived or modified by the council cannot be used as precedent. So it's suggesting just adding this one paragraph up front saying it's only valid for less than 7 acres.
Right. but I agree. It probably needs to be tweaked to be a little, a little
think-
clearer.
I
Accurate.
think that word made should be waived. And then I think we'd be okay.
Was this the only modification that was thrown out, or were there multiple others that would be needed?
Well, this is sort of the catch-all. We could certainly go through, and Councilman Green probably has a fairly comprehensive list, but as we went through, it would have been extremely time-consuming and onerous to kind of knock off each one. And this is a simple approach, and it gives the council the latitude as you review these smaller infill, smaller projects to say, okay, this specific provision in a transit station overlay, it just isn't applicable to something this small. And at least I don't want to speak for Councilmember Green or Whitelock or Jacob, but that was my understanding of this amendment.
Yeah, such as the parking requirements. It just, the way they need to put their buildings because of the space they have, it kind of makes it impossible, as we've seen, to put a street in and have street parking. And so it doesn't really fit that part of the ordinance. So that's kind of why we went for this type of language, is so that it's more overarching, so that we can look at it and say, yeah, that little piece of land probably can't have all of these requirements on it. But it was important to us also that it state that just because we're doing it for this one doesn't mean that means you get to do it for the next one, that it's site specific and council has the discretion.
Gotcha. I think I like the overall approach. I would, for me to be supportive of this, infill that you see right here also needs to be included down here. So, I mean, it's a little bit redundant, but so it's not reading any transit oriented project, but any infill transit oriented project less than 7 acres. I think I would also like to see infill defined. If you've got something that has like a 50-acre project overall, but somebody owns 7, if you have an area, let's say you've got a 50-acre area designated as a TSOD, and somebody wants to start with like 7 acres and saying, oh, this is just infill compared to the rest. It's another landowner who owns all of that. So let me just do my little parcel. I want to make it clear that this is looking at where the rest has already been constructed, and maybe also put a size on that saying the completion is more than Y number of acres, like 7 acres of infill in a project greater than 40 acres or something like that. I just want to limit the codified exception so that it doesn't necessarily open up floodgates. And I think that's what was tried to be done with the 7 acres, but I'd still like a little bit more protection there. I'm not sure what other areas are out there though that could potentially be impacted by it, but that's kind of where my mind's going.
I think those are good tweaks. The idea, I think, here is correct, but Chris brings up some good points that maybe some clarification would help.
Yeah. And personally, having thrown that feedback out, I would not have any objection to proceeding down the route with Planning Commission, then back to the City Council. I wouldn't want to hold this up any more than necessary. Any other thoughts to be shared on this item?
But you would be changing those things that you just brought up, right, Chris,
Oh,
before
absolutely.
it went to planning? Okay.
Yeah.
Support.
Yeah, I just don't want to say, let's wait 2 weeks so you can bring me something with that language incorporated. Okay, now we're early November. Now go ahead and get something on the calendar with the Planning Commission and bring us back something after Christmas. No. I like the approach that the committee came up with. It seems straightforward, it's reasonable, intuitive, gives us the flexibility that we need. And I think it can be kind of sent on its way. But I'm one of 7, so what do the rest of you think? Anything else to add, or consensus to have Scott's group move forward with this?
Chris, I like your suggestions about making sure we define infill. That way we don't get somebody who decides that they want to subdivide the property as well and just say, oh, I'm going to subdivide it, and then I'm going to call it an infill and I don't have to follow the rules. So yeah, I think your approach of adding some other definition of infill in here with some parameters on it, I think that's a good addition.
Mr. Langford.
I appreciate the simple approach as well. If it's, and I don't know if it's okay, but if the council has any concerns about the general layout and site design, it would be great if you could express those now. Otherwise, the developer will continue to just kind of keep things as is right now with some minor modifications. And that would be what would be considered when this is brought back.
So I would be a little bit hesitant to dive too much into that in this forum. I think the direction we gave last time to have the council subcommittee continue to work with staff and with the developer would be appropriate to get into the details there. Where there's a little bit more nuance, and you're absolutely going to be talking about why an exception should be made, and where those details are going to come up, and a lot of back and forth with the developer. It just probably lends itself to better conversation if we continue to have that with the council subcommittee. So
Yeah,
if the council would be
subcommittee's
supportive, I would
great.
suggest we ask that subcommittee continue their work with staff and with the developer.
And I believe that the subcommittee's done a good job articulating those changes, and the developers already addressing those. So yeah, that's a great approach. I appreciate that.
Anything else anybody would like to share on this one?
Mr.
I
Chair.
see Rob Wall's camera is on, so I'm assuming he's got something to add.
No,
Mr. Wall.
I think this is a good approach. Could I just suggest that to make sure that Mr. Langford and Mr. Murray got all the changes that the council wants before this ordinance change goes to the Planning Commission, that they go ahead and make the changes and then run that past the council committee again before they actually put it on the council agenda?
Yeah, in my mind that was assumed, but I appreciate the articulation. Yes, so the council, the subcommittee will be reviewing both the agreement, the plan, and the code amendment, all three, and they'll be relaying any information back to the council as necessary as well.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for this particular item? All right, well, let me update our attendees list, or our panelists list here shortly. And next up, we have economic development priorities with Chris Pengra. And let me set it so, Chris, you've been made a panelist. I'm going to set it up so Paul is allowed to talk, as well as Weston. And are either of them sharing their screens or just speaking only?
I'll be speaking.
Sorry, they'll just be speaking.
Awesome. Okay. Chris, go for it. Floor is yours.
Council Chair McConaughey and
Uh-oh.
council members, really appreciate the opportunity to give my first official presentation to you guys. And I assume it's one of what will be many in the coming years, but I just appreciate the touch point here. The intent of this presentation is really to give you a 30,000 foot view of what we're looking at within economic development right now. In the 90-day plan that I provided to council previously, we've kind of broken down our efforts into 30-day blocks. We're in the middle of that second block right now. And in the third block, there is mention of establishing priorities and gaining consensus from council and mayors. This is not intended to be that. This is just intended to be a touch point and make sure that you guys are seeing things through our eyes so that we don't get too far out into the weeds if you want us to take a different direction. So with that, I want to just keep you current on projects we have in front of us right now. And for that, I've asked both Paul and Weston to share a little bit about things that they've got within their purview at the moment. And with that, I'm going to turn over just a minute to Paul to walk you through what he's got going on.
Thank you, Chris. City Council members. This isn't intended to be all-inclusive, but just a quick overview of what's been going on. We've had a tremendous year and a half, starting with the 1.2 million square foot Amazon building, which opened last month, and then adding new construction with Nova Data Center, Project Megatron, Misfits Market. Quality Electric has put up their own building, plus a second building they have for lease. Valley Plumbing and Project Megatron, all under construction. Existing businesses around the city have been expanding also, including Papa Pita, LKL, Big O Tire, Bedrock Courts, and SAC. Office projects have included Granger Medical's second building, and we're talking to the University Credit Union about their corporate office and also a branch office. We've done a great job in backfilling vacant big boxes. Walker Edison and Sportsman's Warehouse have occupied their spaces. And the Target on Redwood Road and Kmart building have signed letters of intent to purchase, which we hope to see by the end of the year. We've been working with Jordan Landing on the plaza remodel, and Maverick is planning to open up 2 new C-stores, which includes the one on 78th and 32 redevelopment. Jordan Valley TOD is constructing their next multifamily phase, and then we just recently met with them on their townhome phase. We have several other projects in play, including 7 projects we're watching with EDCU, and we'll be starting to move on the City Center project here soon. Thank you.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Absolutely,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Now I'm not sure I even remember what it. Oh, the Big O Tire expansion. Are they building 2 stores, or are they just building a new one and going to tear down the old store? And I guess that it'll be a 2-part question. When we get done with that, are we going to be able to bring them back in compliance so that we get rid of the 2 big, ugly storage shipping containers that they got stacked on top of each other to the north of their building that are probably out of compliance with the ordinance? Are we going to be able to fix that with this construction?
I'll start with your second question first. Yes, it's intended to create enough space so they don't need those storage units anymore. But this is a second building. It's interesting. They mentioned that a normal store probably handles about 40 to 50 cars a day, and they do 80 on average. So they needed to expand. And, we'd looked a year at that Shell station to find a new tenant for that property owner, and it just didn't work out. So this was a great opportunity to approach them and say, hey, by the way, you need to expand. And they took advantage of it.
Good question. Anybody else have other questions for Paul before we move on to Wes?
Answer part of that second question that I don't think got answered. Are they going to keep the old building and have the new one too? At first they weren't going to, but they've decided now they're going to. So the old building will stay after they build the new one. They'll use both buildings is what their plan is right now.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just concerned about those 2 big shipping containers because that zone doesn't allow for outdoor storage.
I think that is the desire from what I've heard is neighbors would rather see those go away. So it's a good question, Kelvin.
Yep.
And I do have a question about Project Megatron. When are we going to find out who they really are?
Well, I keep asking him that question because I've told him you're very interested in knowing, and they keep putting me off, saying, "Well, we want to get the property built, the property purchased first," and then the next part was, "Well, we want to get the building going." So I will let them know after this meeting that you're very interested in the answer to that question, and hopefully I'll get a positive response.
I have had a few people ask me because of the issues that are going on where the Maverick's going to be on 32-ish area. I guess you've got some homeless issues and whatnot. And I've had some officers ask me, when is that going to be started?
They are waiting for their permit from the DEQ, which they hope to get next week. So they'll start demoing that building as soon as next week, we hope.
Oh, very nice. Thank you.
And if I might add into that one too, I saw that they have a piece of equipment sitting on site that they got there this week, ready to rock and roll as soon as they get permission.
Thank you.
Yeah, I spoke to her today. She still hadn't received it. They were planning on tomorrow actually to do the demo, but they hadn't received it as of today.
I think we're all excited to see that knocked down.
Can we all go with hammers, sledgehammers and stuff? Like you dig a hole for a groundbreaking. Can we just?
I think the excavator might be a little bit more efficient, but we can ask the question.
We can all take a turn.
Councilmember Worthen's not allowed in an excavator. No.
Come on.
Good questions.
I think the cadaver dogs came back with a negative report, so you should be good.
Good. Well, with that, council members, we've got Weston on the line as well, who's been working on both our Eat Local program and support for COVID relating to the businesses that we've got in the city that have been experiencing some challenges, and just making sure that we're delivering support and delivering resources to them through the various grant programs that are available. So I want Weston to just take a quick minute to walk through that, and then likewise, you guys can ask questions of him if you have any as well before we proceed.
Thanks, Chris. Everybody can hear me? Can you hear me, Chris?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, great. I was hired in July as an economic consultant to manage our city's response during the pandemic to our business community, and it's been my pleasure to work with the mayor's team to connect with the many businesses in our city. My goal has been to reach out to all of our businesses and help connect them with government assistance where needed. And I've done this through surveys, mailers, emails, phone calls, and site visits. Our message has been consistent. We want to help them. We're here to help them, and we want them to succeed and grow in West Jordan. Our efforts have been very effective. Many businesses applied for grants and federal aid because of our outreach work. Over 40% of our businesses received PPP forgivable loans, protecting over 15,000 jobs. Our businesses were also active in applying for the county and the state grants. We were recognized by the county as having a model outreach program that other cities could follow. And like Chris mentioned, we're currently focused on our restaurants and will soon introduce a city-sponsored Eat Local campaign to support them. I'm excited to continue these efforts to establish strong bonds with our businesses so that they know that we care about them and that West Jordan is a great place for them to continue to grow their business.
Council members have any questions for Weston on those programs he's working on right now? Perfect. Well, council members, I'm going to come back to the COVID support here in a minute, but I just want to thank both Weston and Paul. And in fact, also Weston's been working pretty closely with Tawny's team. They've been doing a great job on focusing on the businesses that have been impacted by COVID. And while it's a fairly narrow cross-section of our total business community in West Jordan, I think that it's going to increase in importance the help that we're able to give these businesses. And anyway, we'll probably talk a little bit more about that. Likewise, Paul has been an absolute asset working through the first 60 days of my employment here. He's been pulling double duty, holding my hand, attending meetings, setting up meetings, and has just been an absolute rock star to hold everything down at the same time while I've been reading documents and holding meetings and just really diving in head first. So thanks to both of them. And the remainder of this I've kept intentionally at a high level, and I hope that you guys will engage with any questions you have about what we're doing, what we're investing our time in economic development. But I just want to give you kind of a priority list at a 30,000 foot view. And it comes down to three things that we're focusing on right now. We're trying to develop a strong vision in two ways. We're identifying exactly how we're going to deliver value and to whom we're going to deliver value. And then we're going to work on driving visibility of the economic development program here in West Jordan. And so just to touch briefly on the vision component, as I've come into this organization, I'm going to give you kind of the world through my eyes. Here's what I see. We're a city with a population over 115,000, which is by all accounts about the third largest in the state of Utah. You guys know this. We're about 250 in ranking and size in the US. So we're one of the top 250 largest municipalities out of 19,502 incorporated areas within the United States. So that puts us at about 1.28% of the largest municipalities anywhere in the nation. My vision is ultimately that in performance and in visibility, we show commensurate with that standing in the ranking, so to speak. We're a large city and we ought to show like one. Now, that's not to say that we've done a poor job with anything. That's simply to say that with a little bit more organization and priorities aimed in the right direction, I think that there's a lot we can do to really tell the story of who West Jordan is and what we're doing as economic development, and make ourselves that much more attractive to the entities that are out there working the deals and looking for places to invest and bring new jobs and capital investments. So to give a little bit more context to what I'm looking at with the vision for our department, you guys are already aware we've got a small staff. There's Paul, myself, and we've got Weston through the end of the year. For most cities our size, that is a small staff, and it's no different for any of the other departments within the city. We're a lean organization, and we've got a lot of responsibilities with a relatively small number of employees. I'm not suggesting that needs to change, though. I think if you spoke to any of the department heads, they'd all say the same thing, right? We could always use more bodies. But I think for me personally, I like, to a degree, being the underdog. I like being the one that has to figure out how to do more with less. And I think that's exactly where we're focused. So my vision for our economic development department would be that we would be small but mighty, that we would be so good at delivering value in comparison to other organizations our size, that there's no question as to what we're doing or why we're doing it. We'll simply have a litmus test. If we're not delivering clear value to a clear constituency through a particular activity within economic development, then it stops happening. We move on to other things that are going to be more efficient. So we should be able to punch well above our weight class. And that means we also have to be uncommonly effective at utilizing external partnerships. We have to use our external partners to multiply our efforts and also to increase our visibility. And one area in particular, which will become a priority for us unless we hear otherwise from council and the mayor, is a business retention and expansion program. So as I move on to the next slide and we take a look at how we're going to deliver value, there are many constituencies here that aren't listed. So we've got existing businesses, future or potential businesses, developers, real estate brokers, all in economic development organizations we work with. The point really here to delivering value is, like I was saying, we have to be making some decisions about whether or not the activities we're putting our effort into and our time are delivering tangible value, something we can point to, and a constituency that we know we're serving. We basically need to be doing that cost benefit analysis with everything we're doing. I don't want to beat the dead horse here. There's a few other things that I could talk about, but I just want to say that when we look at the activities, the things that we're going to be putting our time into right now, business retention and expansion really rises to the top of the list. There are plenty of other things that we will be doing, but BRE as a program is a way that we can work with external stakeholders, primarily EDCU. They've got a strong program put together that we can leverage so that they can help us with data collection and reporting. And they've got a framework already in place that we're in conversations right now that we can help hopefully utilize some of that and really extend our efforts. And there's a lot more to talk about on that, but so I won't get too much into the weeds. But again, it's all back to that value proposition. Coming back to the COVID relief efforts, I don't know what the future holds with COVID. I suspect that there's going to be some continuing economic impacts that come from COVID, and it remains to be seen what happens with fiscal policy at the federal level. But those are significant risk factors. The name of the game for us right now, and the place where we can point to a significant amount of value in our time as we invest it, is making sure that we're maintaining the tax base that we already have and helping to support those businesses and keep them healthy. There's been plenty of anecdotal evidence that had Weston not been speaking with a handful of these businesses, that they may have been in a significantly worse position today than had he not contacted them. And so every business that we can help be successful in that way is a success story for us, and it helps protect our business base. I'm going to pause there for just a minute if you guys have any questions about that. All right, seeing none, I'll move on to the last slide.
Hang on, Eric. I had a question. I just
sure.
have trouble getting that mute undone.
Sure.
My question is, have we had any businesses speak with Weston about without that help, they would have been closed by now? Have we had that? Has anyone shared that with you?
So we recently sent out, well, actually, I'll turn it over to Weston and let him tell the story, but that overtly to say, had Weston not helped them, I would have been out of business. I don't think anyone has gone that far, but I'll let Weston share with you a little bit. They have said that we've been immensely helpful and they wouldn't be in the same position.
Well, I could actually name a couple that have come to me and told me that, which is kind of humbling, but great to be able to be in that position. One of them was recently featured on Fox 13 News, and that's Mystique at Jordan. At Gardner Village, and he didn't know what he was going to do. He thought that he was going to get some PPP help. But we told him about the Shop in Utah grant. He was one of the first in line to get it, and he's told us that without that grant, he would have had to close his doors. And there's a few others. And so, as the grants are available, we'll continue to let people know about them, because some of them have been very popular. The Shop in Utah one has been very popular, and unless our businesses are applying right when they're open, they probably miss out.
Thanks, Weston. you know, for clarity, within economic development, it's not exclusively about grants and financial assistance. We were discussing this today to kind of vision what the next step looks like. And one thing that we've identified through the surveys we've sent out is there's definitely a correlation between the businesses that have adapted and found different ways to deliver their service, like through Grubhub and other delivery methods. And then there are some that have said, no, we're not going to do that. We're you know, dining room only. We're not a takeout restaurant. And those restaurants have definitely suffered. So, and then there are those other businesses that just don't have the level of sophistication to know that those things are options. So we can offer assistance in the future and starting to work with those restaurants to help them understand, look, if you adjust your business model, there might be other opportunities to you know, generate revenue for your business. We don't know what that's going to look like, but those are discussions taking place right now. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the last slide is about driving visibility. We could really segment economic development for West Jordan into two different categories. There's industrial development, and then there's commercial development. Your office space, your headquarters, and your retail development. As we take a look at that landscape, one thing that I can tell you is, without a doubt, West Jordan is already on the mind of a lot of the industrial site selectors, and certainly with the state as well, with EDCU. West Jordan is a known entity, but going back to what we were talking about previously with the standing of West Jordan, there are roughly 250, well, more than 250 municipalities that are our size or larger. And those are our competition. Those are the entities that are going to have economic development programs sophisticated to court those types of deals. We don't want to just let industrial development come into the city as it chooses. We don't want to live in the reactive world as much as possible. We want to transition to becoming far more proactive in identifying who we want and identifying those types of employers that are going to come in and offer a tangible benefit to our constituency within West Jordan. We want employers, we already have an annual average salary of from 2018 numbers of $54,000 a year per resident, in comparison to Utah at $48,000. So we don't want to drop that number down. We want to do whatever we can to support that and keep it up. We want to identify those higher paying jobs, and it's going to take some strategy and some intentional effort to make sure that we're a good landing place for those, and that we're highly visible to those individuals. So we want to be visible. We need to elevate our visibility, and we've got a lot of great tools and partners that we can do that with, but those will be efforts that'll be ongoing. What questions do you guys have for me?
How do you deal with an awkward silence?
Well,
I just want to know what's moving into Kmart and Target.
Her question was better. Let's go with that.
Yeah. I know you can't tell us, but I want to know.
And I'm sorry, what was the question again? You were asking.
I just want to know what's moving into Kmart and Target.
And Paul, are you still on the line with us?
I am, and I can tell you what the brokers have told me, because this is one of the challenges I deal with all the time. Is I press them for the same information, and they're always very reluctant to give it to me. But we have a specialty grocery store that's looking at the Kmart building, and we have another retailer in the Valley who has two locations existing, one in West Valley and one in Murray, and they're going to consolidate and bring their headquarters and retail operation to the Target building.
Okay, and I'm going to form this in a question. When do you think we will get that Trader Joe's that many people on the west side of the valley want? Our city is the perfect city for it. Also, when do you feel you'll be working towards the liquor store that West Jordan should have as the biggest city around here?
Good question.
Those are the perfect questions to ask. Let me start with the Trader Joe's. You know, last year, I don't know if this information got out, but last year we partnered with the broker that handles the Trader Joe transactions, and also with CenterCal, and we packaged a deal to them and proposed it to their committee last year because we heard a rumor they wanted to open 3 stores, and we thought that was a perfect storm because CenterCal wanted one in Farmington, wanted one in Riverton, and then we were right in the middle. And in addition to that, we had the perfect location for them at that PetSmart building because it met their square footage and other criteria that they wanted. As an alternate site, of course, we gave them, you know, the area around Redwood and 90th. And the committee came back and said, well, we decided to only open 1 store, and that's going to be in Sugar House. So we're going to take another run at it this year. Hopefully, you know, we'll either go with the same package, but if those partners aren't available, then obviously we'll just go out on our own and keep pressuring them. I've got a good relationship with their representative over in Colorado. I've been talking to him for years, and you know, his response has always been, you know, demographic, and he never could answer me what that really means. But I agree with you, council member. I think we're ideal for them in many ways, and I think they recognize that. It's just a matter of, you know, committee selection and funding and so forth. So we're not giving up, not ever. And then I apologize. What was the second part of your question?
You wanted a Chuck E. Cheese.
She wants her liquor.
The liquor store.
It was a liquor store.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I don't know if you're aware, but we were very, very, very close last year in getting one. But when the legislature met and went into their funding discussion, it went to Taylorsville instead of to us. We were very close. So in fact, the deputy director lives in West Jordan, so he's very much aware of our community and what its needs are. We talked about even doing a temporary location during the holidays out at Jordan Landing, just to kind of demonstrate, first of all, meet the need, but then also demonstrate that that we deserve a liquor store here. But with COVID hitting, the funding got cut out from that, so we're not going to see that this year. So we've got both of those going on at the same time. We're trying to push up on their plan and their priority as other communities, you know, make decisions that may push them out of our way. But then we're not giving up also on the temporary.
Thank you. It's great that the person that you referenced lives in our city. It would be even better if we had senators that represent our city living in our city. I think that would be helpful.
Well, you know, that's as soon as he said the liquor store went to Taylorsville. Yeah. You know who I was thinking is about the politics and the same reason why we had stores tore down in West Jordan because of a freeway interchange at Bangerter, and Taylorsville wasn't affected. So I won't go there.
So being cautious of time, we have gone a little bit over what we were anticipating here, but are there any other final questions for economic development before we move on to new business?
Just one more thing for Paul and Chris. A steakhouse. I keep hearing we need a steakhouse, so keep working on that.
Will do.
I liked your idea of Chuck E. Cheese.
Chad, I thought there was one just down the street from you. Wrong steakhouse. Sorry, never mind.
Well, another idea is, you know, we used to have 3 healthy soup and salad places. You had Sizzler, you had Ruby Tuesdays, you had Golden Corral, and now you can't go get a salad anywhere here. I mean, we've got Zupas, we've got Zupas, but I mean like a more of a comprehensive buffet. You know, there's not a Chuckarama or anything. So, I mean, some restaurants would be nice.
Well, I'll leave an open invitation if any of the council members have questions about restaurants specifically. For a number of reasons, I've got a level of expertise with the restaurant space. I'd be happy to tell you what's happening within that space and what maybe is realistic and what is not realistic as far as capital investments being made. But I appreciate the time, and you're all welcome to contact me anytime you need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And sadly, some of those that were just mentioned recently filed for bankruptcy as well. So a lot of challenges. All right. Well, thank you to Economic Development. And we will move on now to new business. So we've got 3 items that we're going to quickly talk through. Scott, could you quickly talk through what the council should expect to see for the proposed changes to the PC zone as well as the TOD zone? And then we'll have Denise briefly talk to us about what to expect for water fund debt restructuring. And we'll try and get all 3 of those in the next 5 to 6 minutes there.
Sure. So both A and B, we've already kind of talked about B with the transit station overlay zone, is to give the council some greater flexibility and discretion for smaller infill developments next to our transit stations. In a similar way, item A, proposed change to a PC zone. These big projects and any development, sometimes they highlight challenging portions of our code. And so this is sort of a similar amendment to what you see in the TSOD zone, where it gives the council a little more discretion and wiggle room to negotiate some of these bigger developments, right? Specifically, and Councilman Green could probably jump in here too, but the PC zone has some challenges with the amount of open space, whether it's improved open space or just the natural vegetation. There's some negotiation that could take place there that would perhaps lend to a better development, but the code just was so restrictive, it kind of hampered the council's ability to kind of negotiate those finer details. And then one of perhaps, and it's not quite reflected on here, but we took the draft that Councilman Green presented, and I don't know if Councilman Green has seen this, but one of the comments, at least in the draft proposal, was to also give the council the ability to reduce some of the density allowed in our other planned development. So PC stands for planned community. We also have our PRD, which is a planned residential development, and the PRD, it has specific densities allocated to it. And so we're going to put together some draft language that would allow the council to reduce the density by 15% in those PRDs. Since we're cracking the door open, we thought we would maybe address that, and we can circle back to the land use committee to see if that would be appropriate. But since Councilman Green mentioned that in original draft, we figured we would move forward with that as well, but we can certainly pull that one back. But anyway, those are the 2 text amendments. They're scheduled right now for the Planning Commission recommendation and review on October 20th. And we hope to bring both of those back to the council for discussion and consideration on your November 4th meeting.
So less than that 20 days.
Yes.
Another good reason to see about pushing that through. Okay, thanks, Scott. Any questions on those before we go to Denise? All right, Denise, water fund debt restructuring. This sounds fun.
We talked at length about this at our budget and audit committee. And so I am recommending to you that I work with our financial advisors, which previously were George K. Baum. They were acquired by a company called Stifel that has a very broad experience in financial advisement and underwriting. Our bonds are currently 10 years for the 2013 and 2017 water bonds. And they were bonded for water tanks, which typically have between a 30, 40, and 50-year useful life. Typically, you bond for a period of time where the asset is serving those that are paying the debt service. But this debt has really burdened down the water fund to a place where you had to take action and increase water rates to maintain the debt service coverage level a couple of years ago. I would like to avoid that happening going forward. And so with interest rates being as good as they are right now, the market is clamoring for tax exempt debt out there. Working with our financial advisors, they say that we can recognize an interest rate savings and extend this bond a couple of years. So it would be extending our bond from an end date of 2027 to an end date of 2030, recognizing about $200,000 in interest savings and restructuring it so that we keep our debt down at about $1 million a year instead of almost $2 million a year in debt service. So I'd like to ask the council's appetite for bringing a parameters resolution before you in the, not the next meeting, but the meeting after. So the first meeting in November to authorize the issuance of new debt. So this would be consolidating this debt and then extending its life slightly, but not by very much, and relieving a lot of the financial pressure from the water fund for this debt service.
Is anybody opposed to Denise working her magic to save taxpayer money on water fund expenditures?
No, I mean, yes.
All right. Well,
you.
we will plan on that one coming. Thank you very much.
Hey,
Awesome.
while Denise is still there, back when we were doing the budget, there was one of those little special service districts. I don't even remember the name now, but we were going to, was it Highland? But we were going to take a look at. Are we anywhere close to looking at that?
I'm eating one part of the elephant at a time. But
Okay.
yeah, it is still on the list and it is on a high priority. It likely will happen after we've issued the audit, which will probably be about mid-November, beginning of December. So we'll likely be having these discussions in January and February.
Okay, cool.
We paused any increases there to minimize any impact so that we could deal with it at a little bit lower priority level. So we should be good.
Absolutely. Thank you for that reminder.
All right. Well, we will skip the review of unfinished business. This can be found on the agenda if there are any questions. And we will take a short recess, reconvene here in about 2.5 minutes for the formal city council meeting. So I'd invite the council to turn off your cameras now. We'll turn them back on after the pledge. And we'll be back here in a couple moments. Thanks, everyone. Good evening, everyone. It is 7 p.m. on Wednesday, October 14th, 2020, which means it is time to reconvene West Jordan City Council meeting. And tonight, as we start the formal session, I do need to begin with the notice of declaration about our determination regarding virtual meetings. Due to the increased threat of serious illness and loss of life by the rapid spread of the COVID-19 virus, the chair of the West Jordan City Council has determined that conducting this city council meeting at City Hall or at another anchor location is likely to contribute to the spread of COVID-19 and would present a substantial risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the city's residents, participants, and observers. Therefore, pursuant to Utah Code 52-4-2074, the West Jordan City Council hereby declares that the meetings of this public body will be held only electronically until further notice. This determination will expire in 30 days from the date the chair of the West Jordan City Council signs the written determination. That happened on October 8th. With that, we'll proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led tonight by Mayor Dirk Burton, who recorded this in advance. I'd encourage you to turn up your audio for this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, please stand and with me recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Burton, for providing us with the pledge. We are joined tonight by the mayor, by Chief Administrative Officer Corbin Lee, and various other members of staff, and all members of the council are here this evening. And we will now move on. Here, let me fix my sharing real quick. Invite the council to start up video again. And let me adjust my sharing so I can see the video of those who are here. Just a moment. There we go. All right, so we will move on to citizen comments, and that's where we'd like to start this evening. If you're participating with us, if you'd like to participate with us tonight, off on the right, you'll see the information of how to connect electronically through the computer. You can go to zoom.us. If you want to join by phone, there's a couple different phone numbers that you can call in. The meeting password and ID are at the bottom right corner of the screen. If you call in and you're only here by phone, you'll see *9 to raise your hand to speak, *6 to unmute when you're called on. During citizen comments, this is really your only opportunity to address the city council outside of a public hearing. Public hearing, the conversation is directed specifically to that particular item, but during citizen comments, you can bring up any issue you want. Doesn't have to be on the agenda. This is your opportunity to speak about whatever you'd like to make the council aware of. You can have up to 3 minutes to speak and share your thoughts. Typically, we don't engage in back and forth. We let you speak because this is your time to be heard. If there are questions or things that need follow-up from the council or from city staff, there is a chat option online where you can provide to us your contact information, your email or your phone number. The council's not actively monitoring this. We will not be responding. Mr. Alan Anderson, who works for the council office, will be taking any contact information so that the appropriate person can get back to you. So please indicate that you'd like to speak by hitting the raise hand button or doing that on the phone. And just a reminder that we would ask those present to help maintain the decorum of the meeting, and in that vein, anonymous comments during public comment will not be accepted. So please make sure your name is shared as you join with us. So if you do join electronically, this is the screen you'll see when you'll join the Zoom. At the bottom, you'll see that little raise hand icon that was mentioned, as well as the chat. Like I said, the chat is not to engage with the council, just so that you can provide your contact information. Raise hand, when you click on this, it will turn green, and that will let us know that you'd like to speak. When you're called on and it's your turn, you'll see something that looks like this, that says the host would like to unmute your microphone. So If you're in the meeting and would like to participate, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, I do notice that we have one person who's called in by phone. Dial *9, and that will raise your hand, letting us know that you'd like to speak. We will start with the person who has indicated, looks like this person's on the phone, so I don't have any information about you. So please share with us your name. You're going to hear a prompt that says press *6 to unmute. Go ahead, hit *6, and then just wait for a second. So we'll start with the person who's dialed in. All right, there you go. It looks like you're off mute. Please let us know. Yeah, please let us know your name, and then we'll start with your 3 minutes.
Okay, my name's Dan Drake, and I guess you're doing zoning or having a meeting about rezoning the property adjacent to our farm, Drake Family Farms. And my mother had listened to the last meeting and didn't comment, but the general theme of the discussion was, what are we going to do until Drake Family Farms leaves? And, you know, it's not going to be there forever was one of the comments. And I just wanted to call and clarify in this discussion that we plan on farming that historic Century Farm forever. And as the next generation that is going to be owning that property, and we've already exercised the documents to purchase it from the heirs, from the family. I'll be continuing that farm, and my goal is to continue it indefinitely. So you just need to keep that in mind as you're having your discussions about, well, when we tear it all down, then this will all make sense later. So I just wanted to make that very clear because that wasn't made clear in the last meeting. And maybe this isn't the appropriate time to bring that to your attention. I don't know. I was just trying to call, and that was the only way I saw to give that comment. So that's my comment.
Yep. Mr. Drake, now is absolutely fine. All right. So
okay.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and turn off the audio for you so you can continue to listen, but speaking will be disabled for you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during citizen comment tonight? All right, seeing none, I will close citizen comments, and we're going to move on to special recognition. We're going to be appointing a number of folks to serve on the General Plan Committee this morning. This is hands down the most important thing that we're going to be doing at tonight's City Council meeting. The General Plan Committee is the group that helps set the general plan that determines the vision for the city. How is the city going to look in 20, 30, 50 years, 100 years down the road? The general plan is a document that most every decision of significance looks to for guidance as that decision's being made. This group of 15 people that have offered their time and their services, their insight, will be helping as we review that document and make sure it's going to get us where we want to be. So we want to take a few moments this evening and recognize the folks who are proposed to be appointed to the City Council's General Plan Committee. I wish we had a little more time, but we'll just spend a moment or two to briefly introduce you to each of them. First, we have Russell Evans. He's been here for 16 plus years. As you can see, married 26 years with a professional experience in film, television, outdoor enthusiast. We have Tyrone Fields, he and his family have been here as 6 years in West Jordan as residents, a veteran from the United States Marine Corps with a degree in accounting, very involved with the community and well respected. We have Tiffany Wilhelm, who has spent about 11 years living in the southwest quadrant of the valley, bachelor's degree in psychology, business marketing education, freelance graphic design. and enjoys travel, DIY, cross-stitching. Michael Wilson, resident 5 years. Also married for 5 years with 2 children, also education and accounting, professional accountant for 12 years. He served previously on the Healthy West Jordan Committee, including serving as chair in 2017. We have Mr. Robert Lively, a 33-year resident of West Jordan, married for 44 years with 3 children, one of which I went to elementary school, middle school, and high school with. Career with Rocky Mountain Power. Happily, this is my favorite comment, happily retired, but not done making a contribution. And he's only missed 2 University of Utah football games since 1983. Impressive. Brandy Wright. Brandy Wright has been in West Jordan for some time, grew up here, went away, and then came back. Married with 2 adult children and a couple of dogs. Works in transportation and enjoys all of the great outdoors that Utah has to offer. Brett Rudy, married for 25 years with 4 kids, and 18 of those years have been as a resident here of West Jordan. You'll find him with Copper Hills High School, or with Copper Hills Baseball, professional sales career with CityWorks. I'm sure that's a name familiar to many of us. Officiate high school football and golf, and dancer dad. Next, we have Julie Carter, who's been in West Jordan for 19 years, been married for 21 with 5 children. She teaches music privately and in public schools for 17 years with a background in business hospitality management, and enjoys marching band and lacrosse. Rachel Zumaya, 5-year resident of West Jordan, married for 5.5 years with 4 kids, grew up in Lehigh with a father who was a teacher in a state legislature, mom, teacher, homemaker, expert food chef, and she shares her birthday with Abraham Lincoln, of all people. Patricia Lambden, 35-year resident of West Jordan that's been married for 37 years, 2 daughters, 2 granddaughters. You'll see that she has spent those 37 years teaching in Jordan School District, primarily science, but also math and health along the way. And she recently retired after teaching at Sunset Ridge Middle School. Again, love of the outdoors, with involvement with a hiking group called Teacher Trekkers. We have Jennifer Peterson, 18-year resident of West Jordan, married 23 years with 4 children. Again, kindergarten teacher in the Jordan School District. It's a theme that we're seeing pretty consistently here. Bachelor's degree from Idaho State University. Hobbies include reading, Zumba, scrapbooking, ice cream. Kind of have to have that. I think that's a given for all of us. George Sadowski, 10-year resident of West Jordan, married 46 years, 4 children and 16 grandchildren with a background in environmental health and safety. And you'll see much of his career touches on water. We've had some very in-depth and important conversations about water. He's been with both Central Valley Water Reclamation, Kearns Improvement District. You'll see that he's also a classic car enthusiast and an actor. We have Max Johnson, 25-year resident of West Jordan with a career in planning and development, including professional planning certifications, master's in public administration, bachelor's in urban planning, and as you would expect, enjoys spending time with family, outdoors, golf, chess, and gardening. Bryce Gibson is also volunteering his time and services. He's been a resident of West Jordan, 11 years and counting, with 2 homes in West Jordan. He's got a full house there and a background in data analytics, and expanding his foothold in real estate. So you'll see he's got a bachelor's degree in IT as well as project management, and he's always looking to learn and expand. And last of all, Mr. Dwayne Harding, the man who has been here, done that, and coming back to do it one more time. 37-year resident of West Jordan, who's been married for 48 years, 6 kids, 17 grandkids, background in accounting. What stuck out to me is his involvement previously on the General Plan Committee back in 1997. He served with our Planning Commission before. He currently serves on the Parks and Open Space Committee. As I mentioned, he's been here, been through this, and we're very much excited to have him back helping us again. This is a quick introduction to the folks who will be serving or who are being proposed to be appointed to serve on the city's General Plan Committee. And the thing that sticks out to me is how long people have spent here in West Jordan, how much of their lives they've dedicated to service here within the city, and their desire to help guide the vision of where we want to go and help us as we review our general plan and make sure that we're on track to meet the needs of the residents both now and in the future. Now, these applications were reviewed by the council's general plan committee, so I want to give a moment to the committee to share their thoughts and any insights that they might have on the proposed nomination. So I'd like to turn it over. Mr. Councilmember Pack, are you the chair for that one?
No, it's me.
No, not for
that's-
the general
that's-
plan
that's
committee.
Kelvin.
I think it's Councilmember Green for that. but I
Councilmember
do have a
Green.
comment later on.
Sorry, yeah, Councilmember Green.
Councilmember Pat gets to deal with all the mayor's appointments.
That's what it was.
We reviewed the applications and we're excited to have, I think we finally got to 15. We're excited to have the group. Barring that, I'll let Councilmember Whitelock or Councilmember Jacob jump in and I see a note from Alan that's popping up here, so I'll mention it. The first meeting that we'll have with the committee is on October 22nd. We will be sending out the same general plan survey to them that we all did here several weeks ago to get a feeling about where we need to do with the general plan. And their first couple of meetings will be to design some tools to gather feedback from the citizens in the forms of surveys or other ways to get feedback. And other than that, we're excited to get this going. If you think about this, we passed the resolution in February to get this going. So, hey, you know, it took us 7 months, 8 months to get here, but we're here and we're excited to have this happen. So I'll let Councilmember Whitelock or Councilmember Jacob jump in if they have anything else.
I just want to thank those that applied. We enjoyed reading their resumes, what they sent in, their applications, and discussing. And so just thanks to those that are willing to serve.
And I don't have much to add other than I'm very excited at the quality of people that we got to apply for this and that we are looking to appoint. I believe this committee is going to do some really good work, and I'm really excited to watch, kind of see what comes out of this. So thanks.
With that, then, can I move to approve Resolution 20-70, appointing the applicants recommended by our council committee on the general plan to serve on the West Jordan General Plan Committee?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Green, second by Councilmember Whitelock. Any discussion to the motion? I would look at Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate how you mentioned that there's no more important item on our agenda tonight than the appointment of these general plan committee members. I definitely agree that it's somewhat of a behind the scenes foundational type appointment. I was just at a theater yesterday and we did a backstage tour, and I was thinking of all of the people that work behind the stage instead of being on the stage. And really this does set the tone for what we will be looking at in terms of making decisions. I know that for the last 10 years, any committee that I've been on, we've looked to the general plan to see, okay, what does it say? What's the intent of the general plan? And actually, this is where I got my start in public service 10 years ago. I was asked to serve on the general plan committee, and here I am today, whether by default or design. So I echo Councilmember Whitelock's sentiment as well. Many thanks to everyone who have stepped forward and are willing to not take time or spend time, but invest time when they could be at home with their families or doing a hobby. I found it extremely rewarding, and I'm looking forward to being able to hopefully meet them and see what happens. It was wonderful, a wonderful experience when I had the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much.
Any other discussion to the motion?
I just wanted to make the comment that honestly, what a good looking group, and not physical looks, but just in background and longevity. And not that saying that they're not physically good looking too. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I mean, the diversity in the group is fantastic because it's going to give us a really good points of view on different things. And that's one of the things I always say about council. What I like so much about all of us is the diversity that we bring to the table for the different points of view. And I do know a few of those people that you brought up, great people from the Jordan School District, and have worked with our children. And so I thank you all for putting your names up, and I welcome you to working with all of us, and I'm glad you're here. So thank you.
Any other discussion to the moment or to the motion? All right, seeing none. Cindy, can you help us vote?
Yes, sorry, my mute got stuck for a second. Will you please remind me of who seconded that vote first?
Motion was by Councilmember Green. The second was by Councilmember Whitelock.
Oh, thank you. I missed the second. Thank you, council members. Okay, let's start with Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Chair McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Yes.
And Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you, Cindy. And again, thank you to all who will be serving on the General Plan Committee. That is truly a significant role that has a lasting impact that will be with the city for generations to come. Thank you for your time, your dedication, your willingness to serve, and we're excited to see what you can provide to your neighbors here in the city. Thank you. That will bring us on to reports to the City Council. We'll start with the Council Office report from Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Council Chair, members of the City Council. On that last item, I just wanted to, for the benefit of each of you and for the residents and those watching, 5 of those members are from District 1, 5 are from District 2, 2 are from District 3, and 3 are serving from District 4. So every district in the city is being represented by them. On the report I have for you this evening, we are working on the 2021 calendar, which will come before you in November for approval to set all the council meeting dates in 2021. We're still working on additional code amendments that'll come up to you hopefully by the end of the year as we work through those. The Budget and Audit Committee subcommittee has been meeting regularly with Denise and the finance team. Right now, they are in the middle of the the audit for last year's budget. And you should have a report on that probably late November, early December. Also with the land use and general plan, they've defined regular meetings and those are working out very well. And then the final thing I have is the upgrades to participate in electronic meetings and have more participation from residents. Those tech upgrades in the council chambers are about 80% complete, and they're hoping to have those wrapped up by the beginning of next week. So at least we're making progress on those fronts. And that upgrade was funded by CARES Act money to allow us to allow the council to have these virtual meetings with increased participation options for the residents of our city. And that's our report, council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have reports from members of the City Council. Are there any reports that need to be provided back to the council on assignments or subcommittees? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the mayor's report. Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Council Chair McConaughey. It's a pleasure to be here. And first, I want to thank all those who are now part of the General Land Use Committee for stepping forward and doing this. It's something the city needs, and we're pleased that you're going to help us make this happen. Okay, last week I attended the Chamber West Boards Retreat, and I enjoy building upon our relationship with that group. And they asked me to speak at their fall conference next month. I look forward to doing that. I know Councilman McConaughey, you got to do that for him last year. So what a great opportunity. I'm glad that West Jordan is on the forefront there. Also, I attended my first EDC Utah board meeting. And as the agency provided a report, it was really fun because they provided a report of their successes on businesses that they've brought to Utah. Well, West Jordan was #1 on that list, not because we're in the first spot there, but the amount of square footage of businesses that came into Utah and the value of the dollar amount way exceeded the #2 spot. So West Jordan is #1 in EDC Utah's work. So that was a pleasure to see that yesterday. Also, last week I attended the grand opening for a local shop right around the corner here called the Soda Bean. Starting a restaurant is a challenge, especially during the COVID time, because restaurants are heavily hit, but they're doing that anyway. And if some of you have ever gone to a recycling place up there off of Old Bingham Highway on the west part of the town, you might have recognized that person there that used to pay you your cash for dropping off recycling is now the proprietor of Soda Bean. So that was fun seeing her there. So I hope you stop by and either in the morning and get your drink, get your day started, or stop by for lunch or on your way home from work and check them out. So in the midst of these wins, I'm pleased that we could have a discussion surrounding the city's economic development earlier. You could see the fantastic things that are happening with Chris and Paul and with Weston. We have a good team here that's making economic development go forward in our city. So I was pleased. Earlier today, I attended a meeting with Wasatch Front Regional Council, the Active Transportation Committee, and it was kind of fun because they were highlighting active transportation successes that happened this year. Again, West Jordan was right on the top there as they showed what's happening on 7800 South and what they showed on Center Park Drive from 6200 South into Jordan Landing. They did miss a couple others that we have done, but they got these big ones on there. So we are the leaders among our other neighboring cities in some of these areas. So last week, both our police and fire department were honored with a presentation from a legislative resolution, and that was presented to us by one of our state representatives. And as you recall, the fantastic job our police department did on his presentation to the city council, and today you'll get to hear one from the fire department. Our fire department and our police department are the tops. We have fantastic, it's not just tops in the state, but across the country on the way they do their work and what they accomplish. One of the unique things about our departments is our police department and our fire department get along, and they get along very well. In other jurisdictions, but you don't see that. We are fortunate to have good people in our departments that work together on those things. And I continue to go out and visit with different residents and people, and I enjoy having those visits and those meetings, so that was good. And Chris, you made a comment about the chamber meeting. Oh, there we go. I didn't realize that. So you can make that comment if you want. Any other questions?
No, I was just going to comment on that chamber meeting. I was, you're right, I was invited to speak, but we had a newborn. So I think it was actually Councilmember Green that may have been asked to go in my place. But no, excited and happy to hear that you were able to be there and continue to strengthen the relationship with the chamber and the city. So thank you. Any other questions, comments, thoughts from the council?
Very good. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. And then tonight's CAO report, is that coming from Mr. Lee or is that coming from Mr. Clegg?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, I just have one thing I want to share, and then I do want to turn the time over to Mr. Clegg. Excuse my informality and lack of turning on my videos. I'm still recovering from the surgery. I want to let the council know we started this past week passport services on Saturdays. This has been very successful. We had 12 people this first week. This is something I'm very proud of because to my knowledge, we're the only passport acceptance agency open on Saturdays. I think this is a great service to the community. There's going to be a high demand for this, and as we're able to continue to do this, I think it will be a big boon in terms of our customer service and outreach to the community to be able to provide this at a convenient time when there really aren't any other options for people to get those passport services on the weekends. So I want to just give a kudos to Tangi and her team that are working on that effort there. And with that, with your permission, I'd like to turn over the rest of my time to Brian Clegg to update the City Council on a couple of items.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Clegg.
Thanks, Council Chair and Council. It's good seeing you guys tonight. Just a few updates. The first one, I want to, give you an update and publicly give kudos out to the Parks Division. They've been working extra hard as their staff has been cut this year with budget cuts. They were recently called and request in to clean up Plum Creek Park. I want to update you on that. They went in, they mobilized. Today they finished. They went in and redid all the irrigation. They planted bushes and shrubs and added some new bark mulch. It really turned that park from being upside down. It really looks nice. They did a great job, so kudos to them. Secondly, just want to update on the mill and overlay operation. We're coming to a close on that. Again, kudos to the street staff. We got a really late start this year, later than we anticipated due to some different things we were working through with budget and firming up the budget numbers. But they were able to, we started, I think, if I remember, first part of July, they were able to finish the entire overlay list. This year we didn't mobilize into too many neighborhoods. We focused more on can't even think of the name, the mains and stuff in the city that were falling apart. So kudos to those guys. They'll be done. Sunday will be the last overlay, and that's finishing up on Farm Road. The last update I want to give to you guys is the water tank leak on U111. Today we received the 75% design drawings. We're reviewing those quickly to get them back for 100% design so we can start the bidding process on getting that tank repaired, the outlet pipe repaired on it. We anticipate, on Monday, October 19th, we're going to be taking that tank offline to see if the water system up in that area, in that zone, can still meet demand with that tank being offline. So we're going to run a test on Monday, and then we'll make some decisions based off that. And then it's tentatively November 2nd, we'll send it out for bidding if everything goes right. So yeah, that's the latest updates on the public works side. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Clegg? All right. Thanks, Brian. Okay, that brings us from reports to City Council onto our consent items. So we've got a few things out here. We've got a couple of sets of minutes to be approved, and then we also have an interlocal agreement for traffic signal detection. I've not received any request to have anything pulled, so I would look to the council for a motion.
I'll move that we approve the consent items 5A and 5B.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Green, second by Councilmember Worthen. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. Cindy,
Thank you. Let's start with Councilmember Lamb.
Sorry, my mute button was working. Yes.
Oh. Chair McConaughey,
aye.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
and Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you very much. That brings us to public hearing. Public hearing is the same as citizen comments if you'd like to participate. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Whitelock.
Is my hand up? I don't mean it to be up if it is, sorry.
Okay. Yep, it sure is up. I will lower that down. Okay. So we do have a public hearing this evening, and process is the same if you'd like to join as we saw for citizen comments. Tonight, we're going to be hearing about the Parker Place rezone. If you would like to participate in this conversation, off on the right of the screen, you'll see the contact information so you can dial in. Please, if you're jumping in online, if you'd like to speak, just go ahead and raise your hand so that we know you'd like to speak to this. We're going to start with some background from Mr. Langford before we open up the public hearing, but we just want to give everyone a chance to kind of get ready. So, Mr. Langford, if you could give us a quick overview of Parker Place, and then I see Mr. Cannon is here as the applicant. So what we'll do is after you've given us the overview, we'll give Mr. Cannon some time to share his thoughts and any information with the council and with the public. He'll have up to 8 minutes to share whatever he would like. After Mr. Cannon shares his thoughts, then we'll open up the public hearing. If the applicant would like, he can have an additional 3 minutes at the end to respond to anything that may have come up during the public hearing. At that point, we'll turn it to the council for discussion and deliberation. So with that said, Mr. Langford, could you start off with an overview of what's being requested and bring council up to speed?
Great, thank you. I'll do my best here. So as you can see on your screen, this is a rezoning request to rezone the property located at approximately 7400 South Redwood Road from an R38 SHO, and SHO stands for Senior Housing Overlay. And essentially the rezone request is to remove that SHO overlay. Back in 2017 is when the property was actually rezoned from R18, which is single family residential, 8,000 square foot lots, to what it is currently today, which is R38 with the SHO. On page 2 of your staff report, you can see a narrative by the applicant, Mr. Cannon, that explains why he is asking to remove that overlay. It would also be beneficial to the council to know that if the council chooses to remove the SHO, we still have other provisions in our ordinance, namely the cap and grade, that would prohibit attached homes in this location. Since getting the rezone in 2017, the applicant has worked to construct this development, and again, that's articulated in the staff report. it's also, and I believe, Council Chair, if you advance the slide deck a few slides, you can see the general context of this 2 acre. Yeah, there you go. You can see where that is lined up. Earlier on in the meeting, you heard from Mr. Drake from the Drake Farms, which is located to the west of the subject property. Yeah, exactly right there. There will be a public road that will extend off of Redwood Road into, adjacent to and connect to the Drake property. The subdivision has already been reviewed and approved and recorded. So you can see that I think the next slide shows that subdivision that has been recorded and is under development currently with those lots. As I've talked with my staff to contemplate potential requests that Mr. Cannon could request, we've looked at other residential zones, like some of our R1 zones, but the subdivision plat that you see on your screen is most conducive to the R3 zone. The R3 zone is not just for multifamily housing. It allows single family housing as well as attached product, if the cap and grade allows for it, which it doesn't in this case, if the SHO were to be removed. So if the council does proceed to approve this rezoning request, what you see here on the slide is what would be built with single family homes, detached single family homes. So if the council has any questions, I'd be happy to fill in any gaps, but the applicant is in a better position to explain the purposes and the reasons why he's requesting this rezone.
Any questions for staff before we invite the applicant to speak to the council? All right, seeing none, let me open this up for Mr. Cannon. Well, that's interesting. Allow to talk is not available because Gary Cannon is on an older version of Zoom. Let me try a different approach. All right, we'll briefly make Mr. Cannon a panelist. All right, Mr. Cannon. Let's see, Mr. Cannon, looks like you're muted.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Oh,
okay. You've
thank
got a
you.
few minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Councilman Chris, and thank you. I know you guys get tired of hearing me, and I get tired of hearing myself, but my gratitude is huge at this time. I'm also, like I told you before, I'm also a public servant. I'm the Planning Commission Chair in Riverton City. I'm a business owner in West Jordan for almost 20 years now, and we're getting ready to start a new building on the corner of 86 South and Redwood Road with the real estate office. So we'll continue to do business in West Jordan. I'm very proud of my track record in West Jordan. And I have to say, in over 25 years of subdivisions, we just recently completed the Brinkerhoff Bluffs project, and it is by far the best project that I've ever done, and I'm very, very happy that it's in West Jordan City, and you guys were a big part of that. So thank you for that. I want to first address Dan Drake's comments at the beginning of the meeting, and I appreciate his comments. This is the first I've heard from Dan, and I am very respectful, and I've gained a great his parents if they are his parents, I didn't know Jeanette and Ron have become good friends of mine, and I'm happy to report that this week the Drake Lane is now back and running, and it has been asphalted this week. So I am very encouraged to know that that will hopefully continue the Drake Farm legacy. And we have in no way, shape, or form ever went away from the fact that that was not going to be nothing but enhancing their ability to continue to do business in one of the centennial farms and ranches in our valley. So there's a very nice asphalt road going back to there. And we've had a lot of struggles getting to this point, of which a lot of you have probably seen already in our report. With that, I'd like to just take, this is 3 years getting to this point, and you're very aware of what's going on. I'll make this very brief, but we have realized that our senior housing overlay has not been as conducive to this development as we originally intended it to be. The Sunset Hills project to the north, which I know is in Commissioner McConaughey's neighborhood, both of these are, they have yet to get a building permit in there with also the same type of zoning. So we may have put a little too much product on the market at this time. A couple of the other concessions that we have realized is our sewer line was higher than we originally thought it would be. And we had a major storm drain impact for the users east of Redwood Road. So with that, I'm just asking for your feedback and comments, and know that I will continue to do business in a way where I represent the best interests of the city over any financial gain. And this is a situation where moving forward, I hope that we can all benefit from the final product that comes in. I do want to note that right now the property taxes on this parcel are $1,600 a year. After completion, it will be over $40,000 in additional revenue in property taxes. And for a lot of people, that doesn't matter, but I know in the impact of moving forward, I'm very proud that this is going to be a good financial impact to the city. Thank you for the time.
All right, any questions for Mr. Cannon before we open the public hearing? All right, let me move Mr. Cannon back to attendee. And I would open the public hearing now. If you'd like to speak, please raise the hand in Zoom, or if you're called in by phone, *9. However, it doesn't look like anyone is just phone only. So we do have one person who's phone only, but I believe that's the person who, Mr. Drake, who already spoke at citizen comment for this item. So we have Jeanette Drake. Give me just a moment here. All right, and Ms. Drake, you should be able to speak now. It should offer you the option to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes. Let's see, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you, but I guess you're having problems hearing me.
It's super, super quiet. It's probably using the microphone on the computer, because we're hearing the clicking of the keyboard a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it up.
There you go. That's much better.
A lot that I could say. I don't know how you could prevent this, but I sincerely hope that no one else will have to go through what we have gone through for the last 2 or 3 years. It's affected our home, our business, and the community that we serve. When they first made the decision to change, they came and we used to have it wasn't an asphalt road, but part of it was, and it was a regular gravel road. And then they came and put the new electrical system in and destroyed our road. So we had a dirt road in the summertime and a muddy mess in the wintertime. And we have lost business because of that, because customers didn't want to drive up our lane and get dirty and so on. And then once the construction started this summer, we've had a detour route to our farm, even more dust and dirt, and lost customers because they couldn't find us. And our solar panels are covered with dust, and we've had our gas line cut twice and electrical services cut, and our phone and internet service off for several days. We still don't have irrigation water. In Mr. Cannon's statement, he said something about compensating us, and I don't know what he had in mind for that. This is the first I've heard of that. And I was reviewing the things that are on the internet because of, it says that I was at the very first, in the minutes of the very first meeting back in August of 2017, I made the point that I wanted the people that purchased the homes to understand that there is going to be a working farm next door. So it's not news that we continue to farm, and I was surprised that this was brought up in the planning and zoning meeting thing, because the public hearing is about changing the zoning, and it sort of turned into a discussion of what would happen to Drake Family Farms. They were talking about having a road go through our farm to connect to the other subdivisions, and we have no plans for that happening. 40 years ago, when they built the Richland subdivision, I went visiting teaching one day, and I found out that the sister that I visited, the realtor that sold them their house, told them that within 5 years that the farm wouldn't be there anymore, and so they would have better access for the kids to get to Majestic Elementary. And my in-laws, Gordon and Emily Drake, provided a pathway so that the children could go to school. So I don't want to have a repeat of this. I think it needs to be perfectly clear what our position is.
Beautiful. Thank you for your comments there.
Am I out of time? I'm sorry.
Is there? Yep. That is time there. Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak tonight? All right, seeing no others wishing to, oh, hold on just a moment here. So we'll go ahead and open it back up to the applicant. Councilmember Whitelock, did you have a question for the applicant?
All right, it will I have three. They'll either be for the applicant or for Scott. I'm not sure who will have the answers.
Okay. We'll let Mr. Cannon have a couple minutes to respond, and then after that, we'll return to the council for any additional questions or deliberation, and we'll come to Councilmember Whitelock. We'll come to you then. So, Mr. Cannon, let's try once more. All right, Mr. Cannon, please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner McConaughey. And I, again, appreciate my relationship with the Drakes. And I apologize if the communication I've had with Ron and Jeanette may have been one-sided in the fact that I have every intention in, I know that there has been some financial challenges brought on by the road being put in. And I have to say that it is nothing that any of us could have foreseen. We did create a new access road that was less than what they were used to. We did the best we could. I need to let everyone know too that the water line, the gas line, the sewer line, and the storm drain were all in the road leading into their farm. And even the excavating company that I hired to do the work, he told me he's never had a challenge like this in dealing with all 4 of those entities at the same time. And we really did the best we could in creating a secondary access into the Drake farm. And we worked in cooperation with them to try and mitigate to the best of our ability so that it didn't hurt their business. I'd also like to comment on the fact that we have been aware 100% of the time that they were working and managing an active farm, and at no time have we ever commented on that they were eventually going to sell their property for development. Our intent all along has been putting a subdivision in next to an active working farm, and we have never, I know Jeanette commented on realtors and others in the past that have said that it was eventually going to be developed. We have never said that at any time that was going to happen. And we have went to considerable expense to perform in a way that the Drakes would be proud of. And we're hoping that moving on, that it will increase their business, because now there is a fully improved city road with full improvements and asphalt. I know my time's up, and I will leave it with that we have done a really good job with the best to do at the time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. All right, so I'll return to the council for additional questions, comments, deliberation, potentially a motion. Councilmember Whitelock first.
Thank you. So these are my questions. How many units were going to be built with the senior housing overlay, and how many are slated to be built now? What is the dwelling type subzone? And due to Mrs. Drake's concerns, which I think are legitimate as far as future homeowners, can we put something? It seems like in the past we have asked that something to be put in the purchasing agreement that they sign, that they understand that a working farm will be their neighbors. So those are my questions. I don't know who can answer them.
Mr. Langford, I'm going to make the assumption that you can.
Yeah, I can probably address the first 2, and perhaps the third is more of a legal question. So how many lots or how many units was approved with the SHO? If you can go back to that plat, it shows 15 lots, and that is what if the council were to remove the SHO, that is what they would be left with. The underlying zone is R3-8. The R3 is a higher density type zone, and the 8 doesn't refer to a lot size. It's how many units per acre. But if you do some quick math at 15 units divided by 2.17, you're looking at I think around just under 7 units per acre. 6.9 is what I get. So if the SHO were to be removed, you'd still end up with 15 detached homes. And perhaps Mr. Cannon didn't explain, and I didn't explain, some of the hardships that he's facing is that the SHO limits the construction type, to 2 bedrooms max, and ramps and other requirements if stairs are introduced into the construction. And so anyway, I can get into that more details if you have questions about that.
So Scott,
And
when
then
I was asking about the dwelling type subzone, I wanted to know, is it an A home, a B home, a C home, an F home? What kind of homes?
There is no sub-zone, though those are more applicable to our R1 or our single-family residential districts.
Okay.
We typically do not apply those. So there's no minimum dwelling units that would be placed on this.
Okay, thank you.
And then to your last question, I would defer to our city attorney and his office to that. I know as far as noticing goes, we do require, if you're next to the airport, for example, an navigation easement that is recorded on each lot, and it's a notice to purchasers of properties within close proximity to the airport that there's potential noise, etc. There may be a similar tool that we could use to notify future owners of these properties that they're near operating farm. But again, I'll defer to Mr. Wall on that.
Thank you. So can we hear from Mr. Wall?
Certainly. I guess I have a question I'd like to ask Duncan Murray or Scott. If there is a requirement or a provision already in the code that would apply to this zone that would require such notice, that type of notice.
Not a pre-existing, not for this
Okay.
for this specific zone. No.
Okay, and has this plat that's shown in the packet, it's not recorded yet, is it?
It is. It's recorded.
It is recorded. Okay. The only way I can think to do that now is either to ask the applicant if he'd be willing to agree to that. And if he is, if you want to assure that it's carried out, you would create a simple agreement to develop land, obligating him to do so, and then record that. And that way it would show up in the title report of any lot purchaser. Normally those type of requirements, which are completely lawful and they're a good practice, but the requirements laid out in the zone so that the applicant has noticed that that's going to be a requirement. I think you could probably require the applicant to do so by refusing the zone change, making the condition of the zone change that he sign an agreement to that effect. You need to continue the application, and we'd have to negotiate that with the property owner. That then could be recorded. That document would be recorded and show up on any title report then.
So Chair, I would request that we ask the applicant if he would be acceptable to doing what Mr. Wall just stated.
All right, let me bring Mr. Cannon back as a panelist again. Mr. Cannon, I would ask that you keep your response focused solely on that question and not expand out to anything else. All right, you should be able to respond to Councilmember Whitelock's question now.
You're muted, Mr. Cannon.
Okay, thank you. And I sometimes tend to be a little long-winded, and I appreciate Commissioners Whitelock's comments and Mr. Wall's comments as well, and suggestions. I would like to reference back to when I was first bringing this to the approval of the council, 2017. I did, in the minutes, I commented that I viewed the Drake family farm as an amenity to the project. That is in the minutes, it is in writing, and I still continue to forcefully say that that is the case, and I would not be against in any way, shape, or form putting a provision in the context of the CC&Rs that says that we are agreeable to any property owner in the project noting that they will be residing in a area that is in an area with a working farm. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Sorry.
Does
Councilmember
that,
Whitelock, does that answer your
is that,
question?
well, I'm not sure that what he just said he would do is what Mr. Wall said we would need done.
Yeah,
If you want to assure that it happens legally, you'd have to make that a requirement in an agreement that could be recorded in the county recorder's office. That's the only way it'll show up on the record. The reason I asked about the subdivision plat being recorded, that's another mechanism, but that has to take place before the plat's recorded. You would add that notice to the plat itself. The only other way I know how to do it to give the city assurance it will occur is to do it through a simple development agreement. And that would work the same way the other development agreements that you've been working with would. That is that we get the agreement written, the developer would sign it, and then you would approve the development agreement prior to approving the zone change.
I'm going to say for me, it's important because I've seen the issues that we can have down the road when residents move in somewhere and then they figure out that they move next door to something that they're not happy about. And I need that in order to say yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Oops, I have to take myself off mute. This question is directed to Mr. Langford. Specifically West Jordan Code 135B-3, the lot and bulk standards for an R3 single family home. I'm looking at the ordinance right now, and unfortunately the way that the ordinance was put in by our, and the city attorney is going to love this, but our terrible codifying people, I'm not impressed with them much. It says R3 single family home, 4,000 square feet. And then I'm assuming that the next part of this paragraph is minimum lot width, minimum lot area, minimum lot width, minimum front yard, and side yards. And it says 50 feet, 25 feet, 20 feet on cul-de-sacs, 20 and a half feet on one side and 8 foot on the other. So I'm assuming that the side yards have to be 8 and 20, that the minimum front yard depth has to be 25 and the minimum lot width is 50. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, and I'm looking at the code too, and it is a compressed mess to say the least. The only clarification I would add though, it's the 20-foot side yard is for corner side yard. Otherwise, yeah, what you stated is correct. It's an 8-foot side yard setback.
Okay. All right. So here are a couple of my comments. As I look at the recorded plat, there are, if I'm reading this plat right, I read at least, and I can't figure that one out, but I'm reading at least lot 5 is 48.45 feet. But there are several lots that don't meet the minimum lot width. 48.5, lot 10 is 47.7, lot 12 is 47 point, whatever it is. There's one that's 50. There's another one that's 40 something. I'm assuming both of those lots are the same. These lots don't meet the ordinance. This plat's been recorded. So once again, we're up against, and Gary, you're not going to like this, but once again, we've got an applicant who comes in who wants an ordinance change, and it doesn't meet the ordinance because the recorded plat doesn't meet the ordinance with the minimum lot size. And I will tell you, I was on the Planning Commission in 2017 when this development came in front of the Planning Commission. And hindsight being 2020, I would, knowing what I know now and saying, oh, that we've got a senior housing overlay, and now we want to take the senior housing overlay because senior housing doesn't sell. And Gary's not going to like this either, but then what we're going to hear is that the one across the street at Brinkerhoff Bluffs senior housing is not going to sell. And although I did notice that there's one basement being dug in the senior housing, which is good. And by the way, I like Brinkerhoff and the trail system. I've seen that, but this bypasses everything that the intent of the Planning Commission and the council has been looking at over the last several years. When I was on the Planning Commission, I didn't like R18, and we were trying to drift away from R18, and a couple of the projects that were less than R18, couple out on the west side out towards 7800 South, and out west towards U111 that are now the 2,600 square foot lot homes out there. Or 2,800 square foot lots out there at 78th and near U111 and out that way. I'd have never voted for this. I'd never voted for an R3. And when I'm starting to look at this, and we've got a recorded plat that appears to not meet the R38 minimum lot frontage, I'm not willing to budge on that. So, and the other thought is this is typical, but it's an R38 zone. It allows for and yes, we have the cap and grade, and the plat's been recorded, but subdivision plats can be changed. And there's going to be another developer that comes in, and they're going to say, well, but hey, look, you did an R38 here. You can do an R38 there. The intent of the plan was to put senior housing there, and that we'd have higher density senior housing there, not to have just higher density single family homes and remove the single family overlay as a bait and a switch. And I'm going to say that, and I know that's going to offend some people. But this looks like a bait and switch. And I understand that there are extra costs that were involved, but a couple of those costs should have been foreseeable because you're tying into Redwood Road, and UDOT should have known this. And UDOT should have been able to give the costs up front. So my concern with this is that really this is a bait and switch, that we went from an R18, and an R18 development in there would have been, let's see, 5 units per acre is typically an R18. And with the road in there, we would have been down about 9 units, and now we're running into 14. So on multiple reasons. One, I don't think this fits in our, the original. It was originally rezoned because it was for senior housing overlay, and now we want to just pull it off and put regular teeny tiny houses in there with lots that don't meet the typical, with the appropriate lot size for the development. I will vote no. There's no way, and because it doesn't meet the ordinance. And it doesn't meet the intent of the rezone. If we want to take a step back and go back and make this R18 and put regular houses in there at R18, I'll take a look at it. If we want to make it R110, we'll look at it. But to just take the senior housing overlay and say, oh, let's put as many small little houses as we possibly can in this area, because it's the only way we can make the process work. I think it's taken them 2 or 3 years to get to this point. I think we should have known that before we got all the infrastructure in. And I don't see how, but what we're going to hear scream is, well, if you don't do this, we're not going to break even. but it's not my job to mitigate the damages for a developer. That's the risk they were willing to take. And last but not least, but like I said, subdivisions can be redrawn, and somebody can come in and say, well, we got R38 here. We really want multifamily, and it was really entitled as multifamily, but it wasn't. And then we end up getting into this murky area of nonsense that I'm not willing to go down that road. So I'm not willing to even entertain any support on this unless the plats are redrawn. If it were a PRD, it would have had open space. This doesn't even have any open space. And I'd be hard pressed to say there's going to, I haven't driven over there to see the sidewalks, but no.
Mr. Langford.
Thank you. If I could respectfully disagree with Councilman Green, this does meet the lot width requirements. What you're looking at is, don't just read the lines on that plat. The distance, lot width is measured between the sidelines measured at the front setback line. So what you're seeing on that plat, if you were to move in to that front yard setback, that gives you the full distance of the 50 feet that you were referring to, that the ordinance reflects. And there is a sizable chunk of open space, parcel A, I believe. I can't really read it, but my staff has reviewed it, and our opinion is that it does meet the provisions of the R38 zone. Just wanted to make that clear.
Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you, Chair McConaughey. I just wanted to talk a little bit about this. I was looking at the notes, and this was done clear back before I was even on the council. And I still remember watching this and understanding what they were trying to do here. And for me, when I look at this today, I don't see much difference in what they're trying to put in right now as what they were 4 years ago when they first put this together, other than taking off the 55 plus and opening it up so that they can build houses that will, be more affordable and be houses that will fit the plat still. So I don't see that they're coming in and trying to change everything other than take off the 55 plus and sell it a little bit differently. So I guess I'll feel a little bit differently. And I feel like there's no reason why we can't vote yes tonight and move forward on this. I've been watching the construction for the past year or two, and I keep wondering when it's going to start and put homes up. And I'm glad that it's finally coming to there. And I'm also sure the Drakes are finally glad that road will be done as well. So at this point, I don't see any reason to stall and vote no on this and stall it anymore and go into more details. I agree with what Scott Langford said, and that, this wouldn't come to us tonight if there were some issues. And I do see where Councilmember Green is saying there's issues with code. But at the same time, I think it's something we need to move forward on and allow these homes to be built and not just, have it be an empty lot for the next year or two or whatever time that takes for us to decide that it should be changed to a certain way. So those are my thoughts tonight. I'll be voting yes on this, and I'd like to see this move forward and see those homes built and have it be a lot nicer than a construction area that's just dirt right now. Thank you.
So I don't see any other hands that are up, so I'm going to throw out a couple questions for Mr. Langford and kind of do a little bit of thinking out loud. So Scott, earlier you and I had a conversation. There's about a fair amount of information that's not included in the packet, but the idea was, okay, so what's the big difference between having the SHO and not, but between having the senior housing overlay and not having the senior housing overlay? As Councilmember Lamb hit on, we've got the age restriction that's out there, but you had mentioned before that Mr. Cannon is looking to be able to make the homes in a little bit different fashion, where with an SHO, you can't have a basement, the second floor you can't have, so you're also limited to the number of rooms that are out there. Is that really the purpose and kind of what he's trying to get to be able to keep the same footprint of the home, but just basement, second floor to kind of help with pricing? Is that where he's going?
I could assume so. There's sections of the code that you're alluding to, Council Chair McConaughey. 13.6H6 talks about occupancy restrictions and some of the construction required in the SHO. It's restricted to a maximum unit size of 2 bedrooms. Units are intended for and to be occupied by at least one person that is 55 years of age or older. I can't see anything referring to basements, although I do acknowledge that I probably mentioned that to you earlier today, but I'm not finding that in the code. But it does talk about the need if stairs are introduced into the construction of those homes, that ramps or elevators are required, again, to be more conducive to aging in place and talking about the needs of the older demographics. And so all of that certainly would add expense and complexity to the construction of any of these homes. And so I don't know if that quite answers your question, but there are very specific requirements.
Yeah, that helps. I can help illustrate to the council where my brain was going with this one. So as we shared that, one of the reasons we have the senior housing overlay is because there's the expectation that there won't be as much demand on the property. How do I word this? The idea is that, at least from my perspective, with the senior housing overlay, we can allow a higher density because we don't anticipate having the same impact on the area. With a regular residential zoning, if you have a house that has a number of bedrooms or basement, things like that, or you would anticipate, especially in West Jordan, more kids, probably more cars. So one of the ways you can kind of help ensure that it really is truly retirement is by limiting those through construction. If we limit the demographic that would be interested in purchasing this sort of project to those that are senior, you can probably mitigate some of the impact that you would otherwise have on traffic and other infrastructure. So in my mind, the benefit of the SHO, you get higher density, but you're not impacting the traffic. So if we remove that SHO, then we've got the additional density that really doesn't have the trade-off. So where I was thinking was, if the concern from the applicant is the ability to have options for different types of construction, then maybe we could look at what's required within the SHO overlay. And instead of removing the SHO, we can modify what's there. Perhaps we could say, I'm sure not all senior housing overlays are intended to have an HOA, but perhaps we could say if there is an HOA, or excuse me, if there's an SHO, it's required that you follow these these methods of construction, unless you have an HOA, which can guarantee that in perpetuity there'll be an age restriction of at least one member of the household 55 plus, in which case we will allow for different types of construction. Or where we talk about the ramps and things like that. I know technology has changed significantly over the last few years. So maybe we could just say, instead of requiring those ramps and elevators, require a design that perhaps the stairs are a little bit wider to allow for some of those escalating type seats or whatever it is that is needed to ensure accessibility. The other thought that I had is 55 plus. That doesn't really seem that old and seems a lot more. Yeah, that doesn't seem very old to me. So having something that is very much focused on limited ambulatory ability. Yeah, I'm almost wondering if we need to look at exactly what it is the developer's hoping to accomplish with the removal of the SHO, and see if there's a way it can be accommodated within it, because I don't like the idea of removing the SHO. That wasn't Councilmember Green hit on a number of points there, but maybe there's some flexibility that can be added within that to accommodate both. And that's kind of where my mind was going with that. Councilmember Pack, I will quit rambling and let you have a shot at it.
No worries. No, thank you. You actually brought up a point that I wanted to mention. So I know that in some retirement communities, the age is 55, at least for one resident that's living there. And then some it's 62. I don't have the code in front of me. Would anybody be able to know that? Is that Mr. Wall, Mr. Langford, or Councilmember Green? You might know that. Does it need to be 55? Does it need to be 62? Are there different pockets in the community where it can be one or the other?
It's 55, I believe.
Per our code, Councilman, it is 55. At least one person living in the residence needs to be 55 or older.
Right. Thank you. That's what I was thinking, that's comprehensive of anywhere in the city. Why do we have, I see signs for some communities where you need to be 62 or above. Would that just be a different city's code?
Perhaps, or a specific HOA requirement. I don't know.
Oh, okay. It could be an HOA requirement. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Other thoughts or comments from the council?
Can we hear from Mr. Cannon on the comments you were making, Chris?
I would ask that we have a vote of the council if we're going to do that. The reason being because we had the public hearing, he had an opportunity to speak prior, he had the opportunity to speak after, we also had him come back again. So if we're going to open it up again, then I would suggest a vote of the council for that. And then I would also suggest that we also include a reopening of the public hearing should any of the public wish to comment again too. So I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just want to make sure that we're totally fair to everybody.
Okay.
So if you want to make that motion, go for it.
How do I word that?
Move to reopen the public hearing, and then he can have 3 minutes and anyone else could have 3 minutes.
Okay. Make a motion to reopen. I want to make a motion to reopen the public hearing on ordinance 20-37.
And I will second that motion, and then I will turn to Rob Wall to make sure that we're being kosher in the way we're going about this. Mr. Wall, thumbs up. Okay. So motion by Councilmember Worthen, second by Councilmember McConaughey to reopen the public hearing. Any discussion to the motion? All right, let's vote. Cindy, can you help us with that one?
Yes, I am quickly writing down the motion. Sorry. Okay, Councilmember Jacob.
Sure.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Chair McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Yes.
Councilmember Green.
No.
And Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
That motion passes 6-1.
All right, so with the public hearing reopened, again, if you're here and you would like to speak, please raise the hand to indicate. And if you're dialed in by phone, you would hit *9. And it looks like Dan Drake is the only one dialed in by phone. So Mr. Drake, if you'd like to speak again, *9 to let us know. We'll go ahead and we'll start with Mr. Cannon. You'll have 3 minutes. Let me bring you over to panelist again so you can speak. All right, and you should be able to take yourself off mute now, and you can respond to anything that you've heard throughout the public hearing. So you've got 3 minutes, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you, Commission. I want to thank you for your input, and it helps me understand what your concerns are. I do want to address Commissioner Green's comments about it being a bait and switch. That is something that hurts the fact that I would even be cast into a situation where I would be categorized as doing that kind of a development. This was originally sold to a builder who had committed to do the senior housing overlay, closed on the property, was not able to perform because of the additional costs. I hate to bring economics into any platform that is brought before you. I bought the property back from that developer because he could not incur the additional cost. As I maneuvered through the challenges that came from it, when we found out that the sewer depth was lower than we anticipated, there was a storm drain line that I, on my own dime, canal ditch that we didn't know that West Jordan City was using for a storm drain, and I replaced that. All of the improvements in the street we did not know were there because some of them were 50, 60 years old. And then on top of that, by raising the sewer depth, now we didn't have the opportunity to do a slab on grade. Now we had to add stairs, which didn't accommodate the senior housing overlay. And then on top of that, we found out that the pad sites after the housing was constructed would only accommodate a 900 square foot home. With all these factors coming into play, that's why I'm coming to you today. And I need to also, I have it at no time did I ask for multifamily. I've never asked for that. And this zoning does give me the ability to do that. I also want to remind everyone involved here that these houses will probably be north of $400,000, which in my opinion is quite high. There is a apartment community to the north that is a rent restricted community. That doesn't make them bad people, but there are a lot of variables here that we weren't aware of that have happened while doing this. The project asphalt is in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. All right, is there anybody else who wishes to again speak during the public hearing? All right, and it looks like that must be Dan Drake again. So, Mr. Drake, you're on phone only. As soon as I hit the button allow to talk, you're going to hear a voice. It's kind of obnoxious because if I'm talking while I hit the button, you won't hear it. So there'll be a few moments of silence for everybody else. But as soon as I hit the button, hit *6, and you'll be allowed to speak and have your 3 minutes. All right, Mr. Drake, I think you're with us now.
Yeah, it sounds, I guess I agree with the council member that talked about these things could have been figured out before. These things could have been remedied or been found out about the property. The sewer depth, there was no sewer on that side of Redwood Road. All the homes had sewer septic tanks, so I don't understand the comment about the sewer depth. And the drainage ditch or the irrigation ditch has been there for 100 years. So I think that, you know, I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard. And the bypass that they that they made that was so carefully orchestrated, and he values our relationship and talked with us about all these things. That's a bunch of bull crap. That never happened. I couldn't even send a package of UPS to my parents' house. UPS couldn't even find their house. And my mom's worried that the solar panels were covered with dirt. Well, the whole house was covered with dirt. The whole farm was covered with dirt, and you had to drive through dirt for 3 years. It was just a horribly planned project, and I'm sorry, but you should have planned better. So that's my opinion as a citizen of this community. I think that it should have been planned better, and yeah, I'm sorry that it didn't work out, but you should plan better next time if you want to play with the big boys and be a developer. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Drake. Is there anybody else who would like to address the council? All right, seeing none, I will return again to the city council for discussion, deliberation, motion, whatever the council sees fit. I guess I'll start with Councilmember Worthen. Did that help him? Oh, never mind. Councilmember Green's got a hand up, and I know Councilmember Worthen didn't. I was curious to know if that answered your question, but I'll go to Councilmember Green first.
No, I was waiting for you to, I was just clicking it prematurely. So go to Councilmember Worthen.
She didn't have her hand up. I was just calling on her because that's where the conversation last was, and I was curious to hear her thoughts.
Well, I was more interested in hearing the answers to your questions, but I don't feel those were really answered. I mean, other things were addressed. So
yeah, I
wanted to see, you were saying why, the changes, and that's with the SHO, if we could work with inside of it, but so no, it didn't help.
Yeah, thank you. As we go through the background, I understand that there were financial impacts, but it doesn't really address, at least not clearly to me, how vacating the SHO portion of the zoning would remedy those impacts. I'm not seeing the relationship between relieving one and the other, and I'm looking to the council for thoughts. Councilmember,
sorry.
Nope, go for it.
I understand what he's saying when you're talking about building a home that's 900 square feet, that you need to be able to build up, and you need to be able to, what's attractive to someone as they're getting older. You don't want a house with a lot of stairs. You don't want those type of things. So I understand, really where he's coming from on that. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a huge issue with it, with what it's doing. If a couple of years back, I really, maybe this would have been a better situation with the senior apartments, but I mean, we are where we're at today. And I hate to get rid of senior housing, especially because I have a senior mom and she couldn't find much in West Jordan when she was looking. But I do understand where the applicant is coming from as well.
Go to Councilmember Green, and then Councilmember Whitelock has her hand up right behind you.
Well, I think one of the things that Mr. Cannon stated is that there are some issues and that he'd have to put stairs into a home. So I think he did address one question. I do appreciate Mr. Langford talking about the where the 50-foot is measured from. I still have some concerns on lot size, but maybe it works, but I still have a problem with the R3. Because I'm gonna hypothesize, but if you were to put us in a time machine and this was to be presented in front of the Planning Commission 3 years ago as an R3-8, the Planning Commission would have voted no. The only reason, I believe the only reason the Planning Commission voted yes was because of the senior housing overlay and the demonstration at the time that senior housing was necessary. I think it's ironic, and I think it was Councilmember Whitelock made this comment, and I don't know where you made this, Kayleen, but it was in the land use committee meeting when we were talking about senior housing complexes being built and another proposal, and Councilmember Whitelock made the comment, we've approved multiple senior housing overlay projects in the city and we haven't got one built yet. And so I don't know. I have to tell you, it bothers me when people say that, yes, we need to have senior housing. We need to have senior housing, and we literally have a half dozen senior housing houses going up, and most of the overlays are sitting there entitled, but nobody's built them. And I can think of 3 or 4, one on 90th, 2 on 78th, and a partridge in a pear tree. So the difficulty that I deal with is, well, it's an R3. The R3 does allow for multifamily. And if there's, and the problem that I see with this is that cap and grade can be changed. Things can change. And 20 years from now, somebody can say, you know what? I don't like the single family homes in here. I want to convert my home to a multifamily home. And there is nothing preventing them from doing that in this zone if we keep it R38. And so if somebody wants to look at this and make it a PRD, because it might meet the PRD with that parcel A that Mr. Langford points out, maybe. But to take the overlay off and keep it an R38, and then watch what happens in 15 years when somebody says, oh, I want to convert my house to a duplex. I want to convert my house to multifamily unit, and zoning allows that entitlement. I'm not sure I'm going to go down that road. So if we want to look at if there's another zone that meets it, that restricts it to single family houses, maybe. As an R38, no.
Councilmember Whitelock.
So when I look at this future land use map, it looks like that area is zoned for high density on there. I believe, though, that when this was approved, it was approved for senior housing overlay. And I think the issues that Chair McConaughey brings up are pertinent. When it was approved, they were envisioning maybe 1, maybe 2 cars for each resident. They were envisioning not children. And when you add children and cars, children become teenagers that drive cars. And pretty soon you have in these little houses or in these homes, you're going to have 3 and 4 cars. That's a lot of stress on that area, I believe. So I'm concerned taking off the senior housing, especially when, as Councilmember Green pointed out, we were just told in our last meeting in the land use that we need senior housing. So it's hard when one group says we need it and another says we don't. So I'm concerned about this.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. It's been an interesting discussion. I appreciate all of the input and things. had a few interesting proposals come before the council and or planning commission in the last, what have we been doing this for, 8 years? On this section of Redwood Road. So it's kind of interesting to see how there's some things that I see issues popping up over and over again, like, well, just for example, assumptions of what other property owners may someday do with their property, like the Drake Farm, for example, and some members of staff assuming that might develop down the road in the future. And the Drakes, of course, saying, I don't think so. It's just, it's an interesting conversation. These things coming up over and over again. I share many of the same concerns with Councilmember Green and others, Councilmember Whitelock, with the removal of SHO on this and leaving it open for R3 development of any kind. I agree with Councilmember Green. I would look at this as a PRD and let's see what we can do as a PRD. But I'm going to agree that I think it went to R38 because of the senior housing overlay, not because of the multifamily designation being appropriate necessarily. You know, if you're going to build density, you're going to build it on Redwood Road. That makes sense. But at the same time here, there were thoughts and effort put into this initially that geared it toward a specific type of development. And now we're looking at changing that specific type of development. And so I am, I think, not on board with this today. Thanks.
Don't see any other hands up yet, so I will chime in. I like the idea of PRD instead. The more I think about it, the multifamily zoning without the overlay, for those specific reasons Councilmember Green mentioned, I do find problematic. The entitlements that come along with that and what might happen 20 to 30 years down the road. I like the PRD suggestion. The other thought, as far as the future of the Drake Farm, I am well convinced that I would be long gone before there's any thought to develop that farm. Yeah, I just from what I've seen and what I know of the Drake family, this is just a couple hundred yards down. I'm not even sure if it's a full 100 yards down the street from my home, but it's very much an active farm, and I don't anticipate that that'll change. I'd be surprised if that changes even in my kid's lifetime. But anyway, I'd look to the council for a way to button this one up. Let me jump ahead a couple slides. Options, of course, are to approve or deny. I don't like the idea of, in the past we've been, well, never mind, I'll hold off on that line of thought and see if there's anyone that would like to make a motion to either approve or deny ordinance 20-37 as it stands.
I move that we table ordinance number 20-37 to a time uncertain to allow the developer and planning staff to see if another zone, including PRD, is appropriate.
Motion by Councilmember Green.
I'll second it.
And second by Councilmember Worthen. Or sorry, Councilmember Whitelock. Discussion to the motion. We will start with Councilmember Jacob, and then I'll share a thought. Councilmember Jacob.
Yeah, my question on this is for legal and or Scott. If the motion was to deny and it passed, would a subsequent application for a zone change to PRD, for example, be considered different enough that it wouldn't have to wait a year?
Materially different, yeah.
Yes.
Scott's nodding his head.
Absolutely. So we would not have to wait a year. No.
Okay, that's what I would think. That would be the motion I would prefer. I'm going to stop short of offering a substitute motion, but I'll let this one play out. And that's what I would prefer, is just an outright denial. I don't want to see this one kicked around and when it's not going to come back substantially the same.
All right, I will withdraw my motion.
So we
I'll
had a
withdraw my-
couple of, yeah, we have a couple other hands up that were looking to speak to the motion. So I'm just going to lower everybody's hand and look for a new motion. Councilmember Jacob.
I'll go ahead and move to deny ordinance 2037.
Councilmember Pack. Is that a second or discussion too?
Not a second, but it'll be a discussion if there's a second. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll
We've got a-
second for discussion.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Jacob, a second by Councilmember Whitelock, and the first to speak to the motion will be Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. I win the door prize. Well, I want to thank everyone for a thoughtful discussion. I want to understand that there's different sides, different opinions. I can tell the history of this is frustrating to different parties. And when you have people striving to build, develop, and it's in someone's backyard or front yard or neighborhood, I understand, and I don't want to minimize anybody's point of view. I'm grateful for all the work and time that's gone into it from staff, from the applicant, the citizen comments, our deliberation. And whether it's a motion to deny, as Councilmember Jacob has moved, or the previous motion that Councilmember Green withdrew, I agree that I'm glad that the discussion seems like that we're not wanting to dismiss this indefinitely, but rather that we'd like to see something else brought before us. So I would be amenable to either of those motions, were it Councilmember Green's or the current motion of Councilmember Jacob, with the idea that if it is denied, I still would like to see something happen. I don't want a vote of denial to be construed as that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but there is a definite viable opportunity here. We just need to massage the puzzle pieces and get them to fit in a more appropriate manner, would be my comment to the motion. Thank you. Chair McConaughey, I believe you're muted.
You're muted, Chris.
Oh, that would be why Cindy is not responding for my request to help with the vote. All right, thanks everyone. Sorry about that. Cindy, seeing as I figured out how to work the mute button on my phone or on my headset now could you help us vote?
So can I just clarify, this is a motion to deny?
Deny. Motion to deny.
That's what I have too. Thank you for that clarification. We'll start with Chair McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Pack,
Sorry, now I need to unmute myself, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you, Cindy.
thank you. Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-7.
All right, thank you. Moving
6 to
on.
7.
6 to
Oh,
7.
sorry. I don't know why I even said that. That was so weird. The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. I thought I'd missed something. All right, we'll move on. And our next item is the West Jordan Fire Department's Performance Measure Report. And for that, we'll be hearing from Chief Derek Maxfield. Chief Maxfield.
All right. Thank you, Chair and Council. Thankful for this opportunity to come before you and report back on some things that have been happening in the fire department. If you could go to the next slide. Just as a reminder, kind of as a little bit of background, in early 2019, shortly after I was hired, we had a strategic planning session with the council at the time and all the department heads and discussed each of the departments. One of the things that I mentioned in my presentation was kind of comparing the fire department to a three-legged stool, in that we had fire prevention or code enforcement, we had public education, and then we had emergency response as the third leg of the stool. One of the areas that I identified early on that was concerning to me was public education, and I felt like there was much more that we could do in this area as a department to help reach out to the community and provide education. As you can see, this slide was from that presentation, just kind of as a reminder, but the current status back then was that station tours, merit badge classes, CPR classes, for the most part, were only when they were requested by somebody. So it was very reactive, not proactive, like we wanted to have those programs be. So tonight, what I'd like to report back on is just some of the strides that have been made in this area. I'll be brief and just try to focus on this part of the department. Obviously, there are other things with regard to those other two legs, so to speak, that we could share. But first off, I just want to, at the bottom of that plan, you can see one of the things that we hope to do is create a fire and life safety division. And that required the addition of at least one additional FTE. As most of you are probably aware, we did create that position, and we filled it with Becky Steenek. Just a little bit of background with her. She has an undergraduate degree in psychology and a master's degree in education. And she has been a great addition to the department and has done really well in this position. She's doing exactly what I had envisioned. And I think you'll see as we go throughout this presentation that she has brought tremendous value to the department, to the city, and to the citizens of West Jordan. So if you can go to the next slide, I'll just review some of the things that she has been working on and where we've gone with those. The first is CPR, first aid, and AED classes. We wanted to put it out there so that we were regularly holding these classes as an offering to the citizens. We have that in place. We've reached out to the American Heart Association Training Center and have her certified as an instructor, so that we are now holding 2 classes per month, a morning and an evening class. When the students graduate, they are certified as American Heart Association certified providers. And then just as a follow-up to that, we'd like to build this program more. But COVID, and you'll see throughout all of these things, COVID has really created some challenges for Becky. We hired her on to reach out to the public, and then shortly after that, everything was shut down with reaching out to the public. So we're just easing back into that, but we are currently teaching 2 classes per month. We're limiting those to 6 students now so that we can maintain social distancing. Our plan is to get those up to 12 students per class, and we will add on to those classes as the demand grows. Next slide. Babysitting Academy. This has been a really neat program. She created it, and she has put on a couple of classes. I think we have another one scheduled for tomorrow, actually. But this Babysitting Academy, again, she's holding 2 classes per month. They're both after school. And these are taught to kids that are, I think, between 11 and 13, she said, or 12 and 14. I can't remember the exact age. But in this class, these students are taught some basic things that will be helpful to them as they babysit. Things like basic CPR and first aid. They're taught some child age-appropriate activities to help keep them entertained and play with the children. And then they're also taught how to establish babysitting jobs and protecting themselves and keeping them safe. I was talking to Becky this morning about that and kind of what that entailed. One of the things she mentioned is that they don't want these young girls to just go out and put flyers out saying, hey, I'm a 13-year-old girl that offers babysitting, potentially opening themselves up to dangerous situations. So they talk about that, how they can build their business, so to speak, in a way that will keep them safe and help provide those opportunities. I wanted to share briefly after the first class that she put on. You can see these in the picture here. These were students that were in that class. And I received an email from one of the parents, and I'll just share just part of it. It says, I just wanted to let you know that Eliza loved the babysitting class today. She said Becky did a great job. I sent Becky an email, but I also wanted to let you know the feedback. She said getting the certificate was the best part. I appreciate you setting up such useful classes in the community. And we got really great feedback about this. One of the concerns we've run into, and we're going to try to streamline that, is how we collect the money for the class and sign up. And I'm hopeful that with some of the things that Ms. Steck mentioned in the last council meeting with payments and money, as well as the new website, will streamline that process a little bit. But again, something that has been really good, and we've received some great feedback with. The next slide. About a year ago, I was speaking with a resident of West Jordan, kind of a younger adult, and we were talking about firefighters in the schools, and she mentioned that she never saw the firefighters as she came up through her, elementary school, middle school, and high school in their school. And it would be my goal and objective to not have any students in West Jordan ever be able to say that again. I think it's a great opportunity for us if we can get into the schools and reach those kids when we're younger, or when they're younger. As you can see here, Becky has put together kind of a curriculum and has also coordinated with the school so that it meets the core standards that the state has set for teaching and learning for each of the grades. So for example, if she were to go to, a kindergarten class, you can see what she would be teaching and how that meets the core standards that the state has. And so she's been working with each of the schools to go in and have opportunities to teach about fire safety and some of those things that are pertinent to the lessons they're learning. As of the time of making this slide, she had been able to contact 2,188 students this year and had taught at 14 different schools. I know that number has increased because I know she had a couple of presentations at schools today as well. So again, I think this has been really great. She's taken a proactive approach. She's tying it into what's already being taught anyway, which is helping the districts and helping the teachers. And then the next slide. Obviously, Fire Prevention Week is a big deal for us. We do things throughout the year to reach out to the community, but Fire Prevention Week is kind of that week where we really focus a lot of our energy and effort. Last year, it was Becky's idea. We partnered up with Domino's Pizza with a delivery program where during a small window of time, the fire department would go out with the person delivering the pizza, and when they showed up to the door, Domino's would say, if you'll let the fire department inspect your smoke detectors, and if they're functioning, we'll give you your pizza for free. And so that was really a hit, and we got a lot of good positive feedback about that. So we continued that again this year. And then also last year we had an open house at Station 53. Some of you, I know, had the opportunity to come by that, but we had over 600 visitors come through the station that night and had all kinds of learning, interactive things for the kids. We had things that were interesting for adults. We cut up a couple of cars and used our extrication equipment. At that time, we had our brand new ladder truck and had that set up, and were able to showcase some of those things as well. Unfortunately, this year, we weren't able to do that open house due to COVID, but in lieu of that, Becky put on and really focused on a social media campaign this last week. Last week was Fire Prevention Week, and that included little things that she posted each night, bedtime stories with West Jordan Fire, where she shared a little, read a story to kids about fire safety kind of at bedtime, as well as a bunch of other different things that she had on the social media pages. One of the things that I really liked that she did as part of the open house last year and was going to do again this year is we had an art contest. And each of the kids that came to that open house were able to do some kind of art project relating to fire safety. And then they were judged by a group of firefighters and voted on. And the winner, we picked them up before school in the fire engine and gave them a ride to school in the fire engine as their award and for winning that first place. And we did one for each of the levels of the school. So that was really a great thing as well. And the kids that won that were super excited to have that opportunity. Future plans, the next slide, just some things that are still in the works right now that we're working on. The bicycle helmet program, I know you are aware of that. It's been brought up in some of the budget discussions. We got a grant from Walmart for $1,500 to purchase bicycle helmets. And our plan with that is to, as the crews are out and about in the community, if they see people wearing a helmet, they can reward that behavior with a free ice cream cone to one of the local restaurants. Or if they don't have helmets, we can provide them with a free helmet so that they can be safe as they're riding their bikes around. Unfortunately, we're heading into the season where that's not as applicable. We had some things that kind of hung us up on that, but we'll continue that through next summer as well, as long as we have the helmets. Becky has a plan for a Spanish speakers emergency preparedness class that will also cover first aid and CPR and some other emergency preparedness topics that she's working on. We've modified our CERT course to be a little more convenient in how it's delivered, and we're going to start providing those on a more regular basis. We were going to do it this summer, but again, because of COVID, we couldn't, but we're going to put on a junior fire academy for young kids to come spend kind of like a day camp in the morning to come learn about firefighting, learn about what it's like to be a firefighter. They make some snacks. They learn some fire safety as well. They get a spray hose, ride in the fire trucks, things like that. And then we're also want to do a young adult fire academy. And this one would be geared a little bit more to teaching that stuff as well and giving people a taste of the fire department, but also to use as a recruiting tool and hopefully get some young adults and older teens interested in the fire service. We've applied for a grant through FEMA that would help fund this. And our hope would be that we could get some of these younger adults and teens in and really give them a taste of what it's like to be a firefighter and hopefully, like I said, plant a seed that will help with recruiting and recruiting in the future. The other thing we also put in as part of a grant for FEMA is a mobile home smoke alarm program. We would like to, if we can get that grant, we would like to go through every mobile home park in the city and make sure that they have functioning smoke detectors. Mobile homes are notorious for burning quickly and hot, and we just really want to make sure that the people that are in those have functioning smoke detectors and are alerted if there's any issues and can get out quickly. Again, those will kind of depend on financing and if we can get those funds through FEMA or some other source. And then just finally, the last slide before I open it up to any questions, the thing I wanted to mention with this, going back to the three-legged stool, fire prevention mostly deals with code enforcement. You think of the fire marshal, he sits in on these planning meetings and talks about construction and making sure that things are within the fire code. That's all prior to the event happening. Emergency response, obviously, is when the paramedics or the firefighters arrive on scene and everything that happens after that. Public education, in my mind, fits in that little 3 to 5 minute window between calling 911 and when the fire department arrives. It obviously overlaps with some of the before the event stuff as well. But when you think about it, much of what we're trying to teach in this public education stuff deals with that 3 to 5 minutes before we can get there to help. It's CPR, it's Heimlich maneuver, it's AEDs, it's getting out of your home safely during a fire and accounting for everybody. It's those kind of things. And so I feel like this was a missing component in the whole chain of what we provide as a fire department. And I feel like we're much further along with this now and have made some really great strides. And again, my kudos and my appreciation to Becky. She has done a phenomenal job with all of these things. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions. Also just point out our website. We have updated some things so that it's a little more user-friendly, particularly with public education, so people can go to that, see when the classes are scheduled, sign up for those classes. I'd encourage you to visit that site when you get a minute. But otherwise, are there any questions or?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your time this evening, Chief. And you're absolutely right, Beck. The numbers on the slide are now off. Our little first grader boy was so super excited to come home and tell us that he got to meet the firemen. And my wife was really impressed because his observation, the big thing that he came home with was, Mom, Dad, there are only 2 girl firefighters. There need to be more girl firefighters. That was his big takeaway. We were impressed. So thank you so much for having them out there in the schools and working with the kids. There's a lot of really good information. Before I share too many more thoughts, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Pack for his thoughts, followed by Councilmember Worthen.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chair McConaughey, and thanks so much, Chief Maxfield. Wow, Becky has done an outstanding job. How nice to have all of this community engagement, especially during a day and age where there could be a perceived division of people in uniform. And how wonderful to educate and to communicate and to build relationships. What great ideas. That's a memory to remember forever if you're getting a ride to school in a fire engine.
Yeah.
How wonderful. And I remember that my oldest daughter, she's 21 now, off to university studies. But one of the major opportunities that she had to develop her self-esteem and self-confidence was to take a safe babysitting course, and then gaining a lot of problem solving and critical thinking skills and communication skills as she was babysitting. And she got hired because people knew that she had some first aid experience and had some experience with a younger brother and sister. So thank you for this wonderful presentation and for all that you and your staff do in the community to keep us safe and keep us informed. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank each of you for your support. Like I mentioned, it required the addition of an additional FTE and some funding and stuff. But as I mentioned in the beginning, I think the value that has been brought to the city and the community is well worth it.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yeah, Chief, thank you very much for coming tonight and talking to us and sharing this information with us. Biggest question I have is when are we going to do another pizza delivery day? I didn't see it till 3 o'clock, and unfortunately it was the Domino's that didn't deliver to my house, so it wouldn't have done me any good. But I was like, what a great idea.
Yeah, it really has been a hit. We're learning things as we go, and hopefully we continue to do that. We also, one thing I failed to mention this Saturday, Becky went out and spent some time standing in line at one of the local restaurants in their drive-through and was passing out fire safety information and little goodie bags to everybody that was coming through the drive-through. So I think they had told her to plan on for the 2-hour period, she was going to be there about 200 cars to come through, and she was able to get some things out like that. So we really want to partner with the community and do whatever we can to help get that information out there and kind of be the community's fire department.
Well, I tell you what, the next time Becky's out there doing that, if she needs some help or you have an additional restaurant, sign me up. I'd love to help with that. That's fantastic. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Thank you, Chief Maxfield. Also, thank you for going after grants. That's awesome. Yeah. I hope you get them.
Yeah, I do too. They would be very helpful. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Chief Maxfield? All right, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time, and especially appreciate what you and all the men and women of the fire department do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
That brings us to business item 7B, which is the Jordan Fields Master Development Agreement and Preliminary Development Plan. As Mr. Langford mentioned earlier, this is on the agenda primarily because when we heard this last time, just in case there was an opportunity to make some immediate changes in this meeting, we wanted to have it here right now. But based on the discussion that we had in the work session where we remanded it back to, well, we had the minor modification, that paragraph that we discussed having added to code that's already on track to go back to the Planning Commission so that we can modify that. I don't believe that anything is needed at this point. Is that accurate, Mr. Langford?
Yes, that's a great summary. We hope to move that code amendment to the Planning Commission on the 20th, back to the council for consideration on your November 4th meeting. And then if at all possible, if that ordinance change occurs, maybe discuss this, put this back on as a business item for your November 4th meeting. But we'll work towards that goal.
All right, so my question here is probably for Mr. Wall, possibly for Mr. Anderson. This was originally a public hearing that we tabled to be a workshop. Do we need to set this to a date certain? I guess we've already had the public hearing once. We'll have to have another public hearing again before it comes to this, but is this something we can just make a motion to bring back to council when appropriate, or do we have to have a date to go along with that?
From a legal perspective, Mr. Chairman, you could do it either way, whatever the preference of the council is, and perhaps what Mr. Langford would suggest in terms of timing and working with the applicant.
Okay. For the sake of cleanliness, rather than trying to put some dates in and force something unnecessary, then I would make the motion to bring this back to the council as soon as reasonably appropriate.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember McConaughey. Credit for the second goes to Councilmember Worthen. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I believe we can just do a roll call vote since we're not actually passing the ordinance. So all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
If any? All right, motion appears to be unanimous. So this will be brought back. Councilmember Green and I will work with development to bring it back as soon as reasonably possible. Which brings us to remarks. Are there any remarks from the council to share? Looks like we'll start with Councilmember Whitelock this evening.
Thank you. I have some questions regarding Woods Ranch. We haven't seen anything for a long time. We worked a lot on this about a year ago almost now. I'd like to know where we're at with the RDA, why it's taking so long. I'd like to know if Jody is still involved. I'd like to know, has the geotech study been done? Has it been started? And could we get an update on all of those? And I'd like to see where that master development agreement, even if it's not finished, I'd like to see what it looks like at this point. And I'd like to ask that staff bring that to us at our next meeting. And then also with that, we were working on, and I've got it dated on my thing as March 11th of 2020, the planned community form-based zone. Where are we with that? When is that coming? And it just seems like I'm struggling to understand why another large development seems almost done in record time compared to this one, and we're still struggling to get this one through. So I really need some follow-up and request that staff bring something to our next meeting. And I'm just wondering if we don't have that, could we, I don't know, do we have a draft MDA?
So
I think it's a good project. I think that we need to be cognizant of, I don't know where the holdup is. because I'm not kept informed. So I don't have a clue what's going on. I just know that we've worked a lot of time on that and we need follow-up.
And I can have them give you a report next meeting. They have been meeting. In fact, I see them meeting frequently. So there is progress being made. It is going slow. You're right. But we'll bring you up to speed and let you know where the progress is in our next meeting. We can do that.
So, Mayor, if it's all right, I would suggest that rather than waiting until the next meeting, is there a memo that could be prepared and provided to the council so that we can get a little more detail sooner rather than later, so we have some formal updates? And then maybe at the end of remarks, we'll give them a few minutes, but after council have had a chance to make remarks, if maybe Scott could give an informal update at the end of remarks, would you be amenable to that?
In addition to the memo, give an informal update on
Informal remarks right here, right now, as well, as soon as we're done with remarks from council, just an informal update from Scott, followed by a more formal memo that gets into detail that comes prior to the next meeting.
If Scott, if you're still online, you could do that. If not,
He was
then-
giving thumbs up earlier.
Okay, let's go for it, Scott.
All right, so we'll come to you in a few minutes, Mr. Langford. Sorry, Councilmember Whitelock. Okay, just want to make sure that was all. Councilmember Worthen.
Yes, I like to give my shout outs. So I don't want to give one to a specific person because there's so many wonderful people that's in this group, from firefighters to our policemen, to our council people, to our staff, to our street workers. I just want to give a really big shout out to all of the employees that work for West Jordan City, because as I drive around this city, it's a beautiful city and it's a great city to live in. I live by a public park that is well maintained by our parks people. I drive the streets like you all do that live here, and not all the employees live here in West Jordan. So I thank you for treating it like your home and making my home beautiful. So I want to just put a thank you to every single employee out there, from part-time to full-time, regardless of where you work in the city. I also wanted to mention that, and I didn't mention this earlier, I guess I should have, we don't have an events committee anymore, which was something that I was supposed to be doing, but because, events just kind of changed a lot with COVID, that committee changed. But we are doing or I shouldn't say we, the city and the events people, Tani and her team, are doing a Halloween house decorating contest. It's on our Facebook page, and you can win $250 Amazon gift card. So far, there's 5 houses listed. So I hope we see more houses, because my husband is a huge Halloween fan and he loves going around. So get your houses listed just so we can come and look at them and vote for them, because there are prizes. And then one other thing that Mr. Lee actually reminded me of earlier today that I saw, that I take to heart very dearly. It's a quote. I don't know who it's from because it didn't say, but it says, if you don't take time for your health, you will make time for your illness. And I think that's very appropriate in our day and age right now, regardless of what's going on in your life. But take care of people, because we do care about you and we want you to be healthy, and we don't want you to have to make time for an illness. So take time for your health. I'm out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthen. Any other remarks for this evening? All right. Thank you for that reminder, by the way. One of my neighbors frequently does the animated lights on their house, and I need to make sure that he's seen that. So if there are houses, please feel free to tag your neighbors in that post on Facebook. Okay. Well, having concluded with remarks, we're going to move on. Our next session, our next item will be a closed session.
I'm going to move that the city council adjourned, or city council move to.
Wait. Don't you want to hear from Scott?
Oh,
yeah, before we
sorry,
do that,
sorry.
we're going to hear
Sorry.
from Scott, and then I was going to run through a couple other things real quick. So, Councilmember Pack, though, did you have something else to remark?
Thank you. No, it was just to mention if you wanted to hear from Mr. Langford. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I'll lower the hand there. Mr. Langford, your turn.
You haven't heard enough from me tonight, huh? Okay. No, I appreciate Councilmember Whitelock bringing up Wood Ranch. This is something that's important, I think, to the city. And we have been working, we've been putting in a significant amount of time on this. To answer perhaps your first question, Councilmember Whitelock, why are we seeing other master plans sort of pass this Wood Ranch by? The simple answer is that this is probably the most complex development that I've had the pleasure of working on. There are many, many different elements with this, and my memo will kind of step through the different issues, but we're dealing with annexation issues and challenges, design guidelines. We're creating a brand new zoning district. We've got the geotech issues that the council is familiar with. We're working on the PID governing documents, the Kearns Improvement District interlocal agreement, and other infrastructure challenges and opportunities. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this particular development, which makes it really fascinating. And I think overall it'll be a phenomenal project. But we are making good progress. I'll take just a second and give you an update. For example, kind of the driving force with this development has been concerns about the geology and topography of the property. And we've hired a third-party consultant to help us with the expertise and review of the soil and topography. And they're starting to do test pits and borings on the property and start to gather the methodology on how to mitigate potential risks out there. And so that is moving ahead. And once we fill in that gap, the rest of the pieces of the many pieces of the puzzle that I mentioned are going to start to lock together. It's not to say that we're waiting for that. We're working on a parallel path on all of these issues so that they will all come together. And we'll be working with Alan and the council leadership to hopefully program in coming council dates so that we can have a clear picture of goals that we'll meet as far as coming before the council for specific consideration. So I don't know if that answers any of your questions. We are very much engaged with Daybreak Development and on this Wood Ranch, and it's just there's a lot of moving pieces, and so I appreciate you wanting to know about it because it is important, and we hope to get things in front of you very, very soon. And Corbin has been working. He's putting in a phenomenal amount of time on this as well. Duncan and Jared from our attorney's office, as well as Dave Murphy in our public works department. There's just an enormous amount of staff time focused on this. So Corbin, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that.
Oh, that's a good summary. You did ask if Jody was still involved. She is still involved. She's still hired. She has written a rough outline of the MDA, which we have, but the driving process right now is getting more of the geotech study actually completed so we can incorporate that into the MDA.
Any additional questions for Mr. Langford? All right. Thank you, Scott. So as we're wrapping up our meeting, just a reminder that you can still reach out to City Council outside of council meetings. While we do have citizen comments and the public hearings, you can also reach us outside of the regular meetings at 801-569-5052. The recorded message gets sent to all members of the City Council. And we also have the email address councilcomments@westjordan.utah.gov that also gets your thoughts to each of us. Do want to remind you that we do have a couple upcoming meetings left. Our next council meeting will be October 28th, and then you can see the schedule there for the remainder of the year. Please note that the meeting schedule is a little different for November and December. We've shifted things forward a week because of the holidays that fall the last half. So just take note of that. And with that said, there are 2 items that were noticed for the closed session. So I would look to council to move to closed session for those and then dismiss from there.
I move that we move into closed session for the items listed and adjourn from there.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Whitelock, second by Councilmember Worthen. Any discussion to the motion?
Cut
All
out
right,
a little bit. Did we adjourn from there? Sorry.
Yes. Adjourn from there was part of the motion.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote. Cindy?
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Enthusiasm.
Councilmember Lamb,
Yes.
Chair McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Pack,
Oh, boy, yes.
and Councilmember Whitelock.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to closed session. I would encourage the council and those participating to move as quickly as possible so we can adjourn at a reasonable hour. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thanks, Councilmember Pack.
Just trying to bring up the enthusiasm.
I love it. It's like being in Disneyland.